Chapter 5102. Chen Feng could leave. With his power, even if he ran, no one would be able to catch up to him. Unfortunately, all of his descendants were here. If he left, not only would Mount Eastchen be destroyed, but all of his descendants would die. In that case, even if he left this place, what would be the point of sealing it? 100,000 years was something he could afford to wait, but his 10,000 years of painstaking effort, as well as his children and grandchildren, could not be exchanged for 100,000 years. Therefore, even if Chen Feng died, he would protect his land with his life. This was his belief. This was his life goal. At least, it's more than enough to deal with you. Chen Feng sneered. Even though he knew he couldn't win, he wasn't going to give up. He was going to drag someone down with him. He didn't break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state in one go, but he didn't completely fail. He could still fight. The cosmic cloud state was too difficult. He had been stuck at the peak of the star state for more than 60,000 years, but he still couldn't break through. This made Chen Feng extremely depressed. This time, he wanted to break through to a higher state, but he failed. This caused the entire Chen family to suffer. To Chen Feng, this breakthrough was a failure. It might be a crushing defeat. Don't be too confident. With your current power, it's still uncertain who will die. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. It's said that the Qin family's Qin fist is very powerful. Don't hold back this time. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can kill you with one punch. Ha ha ha. Xing Yuanchao sneered. His battle intent surged. He pointed his spear at Chen Feng. Fight! 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 Chen Feng didn't back down. He charged at Xing Yuanchao despite knowing he couldn't win. He had to be responsible for the entire Qin family. Even if he died, he would drag Xing Yuanchao down with him. Two silhouettes shot up into the sky. Between the 9 heavens, the sky changed color. The two silhouettes overlapped with each other, causing a brilliant light to shine. The battle between Chen Feng and the Xing Yuan dynasty attracted everyone's attention. The fight between the two peak experts caused countless people to feel intimidated. Li Kuafu was like a mountain as he stood there with his hands behind his back. To deal with Chen Feng, one flourishing essence dynasty was more than enough. He only needed to provide support from the side. Chen Feng was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't succeed in breaking through to the half-step cosmic cloud state. His power had already plummeted. He was just putting up a strong front. Xing Yuanchao and Chen Feng attacked again and again, their auras shaking the world. Light and shadow dashed into the sky as Genesis Qi crisscrossed the area. Flames burned endlessly in the mountains, turning the entire East Qin mountain into a battlefield filled with the flames of war. It seems your power is only this much. Chen Feng, you really disappoint me too much. Sigh. Xing Yuanchao pretended to sigh and continued to attack Chen Feng. His aura surged into the galaxy, and his strength could shake the heavens. Under the heavy pressure of the flourishing essence dynasty, Chen Feng gradually retreated. The situation was getting worse and worse. The members of the Qin clan had also lost their will to fight. If Chen Feng was 100 times stronger, their Qin clan would be completely annihilated. From today onward, Mount Dongqin would no longer exist. Father, Chen Batian clenched his fists tightly. He had already tried his best, but he didn't expect that he would still be powerless in the end. He had just broken through to the 9th level of the star level. It was impossible for him to fight the Xing Yuan dynasty. Now that his strength was greatly reduced and his injuries were severe, he couldn't help his father at all. At this time, under the suppression of the Xing Yuan dynasty, his father was retreating step by step. It would not be long before he was completely defeated. At that time, the Qin family would truly be heading towards destruction. However, Qin Badian wasn't afraid. For the sake of the Qin clan, he would die without regrets. Get lost. Chen Feng punched out, landing a punch on Xing Yuanchao's silver spear. Xing Yuanchao did not hold back at all. He punched out again and again. His long spear swept out horizontally, tearing through the sky. Chen Feng could not deal with it at all. He wanted to force the Xingyuan dynasty to retreat and buy enough time for the Qin clan. However, the result was not as simple as he had imagined. After failing to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, he only had 50% of his power left. Chen Feng knew he would most likely die fighting the Xingyuan dynasty, but he still wanted to fight. Retreating wasn't the way to go. It seems this guy has less than 10% of his power left. Brother Yuanchao, let's end this quickly. Mount Dongqin will definitely become hell, Li Kuafu said calmly. Li Kuafu said indifferently. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He was calm and composed. There was no need for him to do anything. The Xingyuan dynasty was enough to defeat Chen Feng. There was no suspense in this battle. In his opinion, this was an unnecessary waste of time. The Xingyuan dynasty wanted to put more pressure on Chen Feng. Everyone, retreat from Mount Dongqin. Badian, take your people and leave. Leave as many as you can. I will stop them. Chen Feng knew he had to do this. He had to use his own body to stop the attacks from the Xingtian Manor and the Kuafu family. Only then could he preserve the Qin family's roots. Chen Badian gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. However, he had no choice and he had no choice. You want to leave? You'll have to ask me if I agree. Li Kuafu said with a faint smile. He had been supporting them from the side, in order to keep all the members of the Qin family here. They would be destroyed along with Mount Dongqin. That was their ultimate goal. They had to eliminate the roots. Otherwise, more and more members of the Qin family would come for them in the future. As the saying went, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. It was a headache to have someone watching them from behind. Kill! Li Kuafu let out a roar as a 10-zhang tall giant appeared behind him and charged into the Dongqin mountain. The Kuafu tribe was made up of giants. Even an adult would be 10-zhang tall, which was even more majestic than some of the beasts with huge physiques. The Kuafu family was born with great strength, so it was not a problem for them to fight against 100 people alone. Hundreds of Kuafu family warriors rushed in. It was a one-sided massacre. Countless Qin family warriors fell to the ground. The scene was a mess. More and more people fell down, died on the mountain. To Chen Feng, they no longer had any path of retreat. Do you really want my Qin family to die? Chen Feng gritted his teeth and roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this, but Xing Yuanchao's spear struck his shoulder again and sent him flying. The Qin family is only so-so. Chen Feng, you've really disappointed me. It's time for you to die. Xing Yuanchao roared furiously. His silver spear shot toward Chen Feng like a dragon with an unstoppable murderous intent. Piss off! A cold roar echoed in the surroundings. The entire mountain seemed to be able to hear it. A sword descended from the sky and blocked Xing Yuanchao's spear. Xing Yuanchao was knocked back. The terrifying sword chi made him feel a great pressure. His scalp turned numb. Chapter 5103. The One Who Wants Your Life. A cold voice rang out above Dongqin Mountain. At this moment, Xing Yuanchao's eyes were extremely cold. He slowly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sword. A white-robed figure descended silently. It's him. Chen Baishan's eyes lit up. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qin. The power of the sword had made him admit defeat. Since when had Jiang Chen become so powerful? 100 years ago, he was only a 6th-layer star realm cultivator. Chen Badian knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block this sword. However, didn't his daughter say that he had died in the sinkhole? Jiang Chen. Was it really Jiang Chen? Chen Lu's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Chen Lu thought that Jiang Chen had died a long time ago. Her heart was filled with grief. She had been guarding the heavenly crater for many years without any results. Now, when his figure appeared in front of her again, her heart was filled with excitement. Jiang Chen was still as domineering as ever. He was like a sword, while the sword was like a dragon. His aura seemed to be able to devour the sky. His white robes were elegant and heroic. Chen Lu finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She had always been thinking about Jiang Chen. Even though 100 years had passed, Jiang Chen's figure still lingered in her heart. Jiang Chen's death was a huge blow to her. Even after so many years, she still hadn't walked out of the shadow. However, she didn't let down her hopes. Jiang Chen was really still alive. He walked out of the sinkhole. His figure was still as imposing and convincing as ever. It was as if with him around, it wouldn't matter even if the sky collapsed. Chen Lu had long regarded Jiang Chen as the man of her dreams. At that moment, she cried tears of joy. However, Jiang Chen's appearance seemed to be inadequate in the face of the two great forces. Both the Kuafu clan and the Xingtian clan were not easy to deal with. Even though Jiang Chen had become more and more powerful, it seemed impossible for him to turn the situation around in the face of the two great forces. The current him would only be dragged down by the Chen family. Brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu called out to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Chen Ba realized that Chen Lu had never left his side. I'm late. Jiang Chen's faint smile was filled with healing, making Chen Lu feel as if she was bathing in the spring breeze. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Brother Jiang Chen. Thank you. Chen Lu cried. In her heart, Jiang Chen was already a dead person. Now that he had reappeared, the excitement she felt was self-evident. By the way, where's Luoying? Jiang Chen asked nervously. Miss Luoying, she left 3 years ago. Chen Lu's gaze was complicated. 3 years ago, Jiang Chen murmured. It seemed that he had really brushed shoulders with Luoying. Kid, it seems like you're really not afraid of death. An 8th-level star state dares to meddle in other people's business. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? Ha ha ha. Xing Yuanchao sneered and looked at Jian Qin. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. This sword isn't bad. I like it. Li Kuafu said faintly. Chen Feng's face was filled with shock. He had heard about this Jiang Chen from his granddaughter Chen Lu. If it wasn't for him, his granddaughter Chen Lu would have been dead by now. This fella is a righteous and compassionate person. He's still willing to help the Qin family despite their current situation. Not simple. Especially the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. It gave off a grand and domineering feeling. Even he felt suffocated. This sword was too terrifying. No wonder Li Kuafu, the elder of the Kuafu clan, who never liked to use weapons, was so fond of Jiang Chen's sword. I like this sword too. How about Brother Kuafu give it to me? You can pick anything you want in Dongchen Mountain. Xing Yuanchao smiled in contempt. Your eyes sure are sharp. This is definitely an unparalleled divine weapon. Even cosmic cloud states wouldn't be able to take a step forward if they saw it. Where did this guy get it? He's so lucky. A gentleman is innocent, but treasures are a crime. You shouldn't have come. Unfortunately, you've lost your life. Not only did you lose your life, you've also lost your treasure. Of course, since you've lost your life, you don't care about worldly possessions anymore. Star level 8, interesting. Xing Yuanchao faced Jiang Qin, his killing intent surging. This brat's sword strike was indeed extraordinary, but it was all because of this divine sword that he was able to have such deterrence. Without this divine sword, how could Jiang Qin be so arrogant? Brother Jiang Qin, they're too strong. You should leave. Chen Lu's heart was filled with worry. She didn't expect that big brother Jiang Qin would be involved in the Qin family's matter again after coming out from the heavenly pit. The current Qin family was in a precarious situation. Chen Lu knew that she had no other choice but to stay with the Qin family. However, Jiang Qin was different. He wasn't a member of the Qin family, and he wasn't even from Tian Qin Star. He didn't need to be involved in this. Since you came, don't think about leaving. If you want to leave, you have to leave behind your treasures. However, only a corpse will leave. Xing Yuanchao said to Lang Lang. Yeah, he said that since you came, don't think about leaving. If I don't kill him, how can I leave? Jiang Qin said with a smile. If you want my sword, you have to be alive to take it. I'm indebted to the Qin family. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten such a great opportunity from the crater. I, Jiang Qin, definitely won't retreat from today's battle. I'm definitely going to take care of the Qin family's matters. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead, looking down upon the crowd. What? You actually came out of the crater? Qin Fang's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. It was the same for Li Kuafu and Xingyuan dynasty. That was a place that even they didn't dare to enter. Someone had already explored the terror of the heavenly pit. Even 9th heavenly layer star realm experts couldn't return from that place. But how did Jiang Qin return alive? This sword should have been obtained from the sinkhole, right? Fortune really favors fools. Since that's the case, I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve since you were able to come out of the sinkhole. Otherwise, how could you ignore the sinkhole? Xing Yuanchao smiled faintly. He was already prepared. He wanted this sword. Since Jiang Qin wanted to stand up for the Qin family, then he would kill him first. It wouldn't be too late to annihilate the Qin family after that. Qin Fang's eyes were filled with seriousness. Jiang Qin was supposed to be a prodigy of the generation, but he was involved in the rise and fall of the Qin family. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Qin family owed Jiang Qin. Little friend, remember to be careful. Xing Yuanchao isn't easy to deal with. Chen Feng warned. Don't worry, old senior. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Leave these two fellows to me. Chapter 5104. Boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are? Xing Yuanchao's face was cold. A mere star level 8 kid dared to challenge him. He really didn't know what was good for him. This time, he definitely wouldn't give the Qin family any chance. He definitely wouldn't be satisfied until he got rid of them. To Xing Yuanchao, this Jiang Qin was just here to make up the numbers. However, to be able to bring him a peerless sword, he didn't come for nothing. Jiang Qin swore with a cold face. The battle with Xing Yuanchao was imminent. Damn it, I haven't even said anything. Who the hell do you think you are? Today, I will fight you. De Huang stood out at this moment and wagged his tail, standing side by side with Jiang Qin. De Huang didn't care about anyone. Not to mention Xing Yuanchao, even if it was the emperor, it was the same. Both of you come at me together. Otherwise, don't say that I'm bullying you. Xing Yuanchao said coldly. Little Qinzi, can't you handle this trash yourself? De Huang said with a doubtful face. I should be able to handle it. Jiang Qin smiled. Alright, I'm talking about you, big guy. What's your name? Come, Master Dog will fight with you today. You think I'm afraid of you just because you're big? You're shameless. De Huang curled his lips and said. No one would have thought that this De Huang dog that followed beside Jiang Qin was actually the most arrogant one. Stupid dog, I will definitely tear you into pieces today. You actually want to fight with me? An ant like you, I can slap you to death with one hand. Li Kuafu Lengleng said. A dog like this actually didn't know what was good for him and even wanted to fight with him. It was simply too ridiculous. Acting cool. Little Chinzi, I'll leave that idiot to you. This big guy is mine. Don't you dare snatch him from me. If Lord Dog doesn't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. De Huang shook his head in disdain. Even a peak star level 9 like Li Kuafu, De Huang still dared to fight him. In the eyes of the Qin family, weren't these two idiots? At this moment, Chen Feng was curious as well. It was one thing for this Jiang Qin to claim that he was the savior of his granddaughter. But who the hell was this dog? Could he really defeat Li Kuafu? Isn't that bullsh*t? From the looks of it, he was very confident. At this moment, the entire Qin clan was panicking. The outcome of the battle would directly affect the relationship between the Qin clan and the two major forces. Jiang Chen and this De Huang dog, the strongest was only a star level 8, yet they were so arrogant and domineering. How could people not feel uneasy? The Qin clan entrusted their fate to this man and dog. Wasn't this a joke? What do we do now? Our Qin clan has fallen to the point where we have to rely on a man and a dog to save us. Sigh, that's right. This man and dog don't seem very reliable. That's right. If we lose, not only will our Qin clan be wiped out, but we'll also lose all our face. The Qin clan members all spoke up, sighing. So what if it's a man and dog? If you guys have the ability, go ahead and fight. Why let others risk their lives for our Qin clan while you guys talk behind our backs? Chen Lu said solemnly. Even though there were a few elders among them, she still didn't give them any face. Now that the Qin clan was in deep trouble, they didn't have the courage to challenge them. Now that others had come to help them, they still had a look of disdain on their faces. Such people disgusted Chen Lu. They were here to help you, and they might even be in trouble. Yet you guys were still making sarcastic remarks. Do you have any conscience at all? Chen Lu's words made all of them blush with shame. She was right. They didn't dare to fight the peak star level experts of the Xingtian Manor and the Kuafu clan. Now, they could only stand at the side and talk behind their backs. It wasn't something to be proud of. No matter what, our Qin clan won't back down. We will advance and retreat together with our young friend Jiang Qin. Qin Feng's voice was like a great bell that shook the world. The entire Qin clan said it in unison. No one had any objections. Jiang Qin and De Huang were already prepared. Li Kuafu took a step forward, and his voice shook the world. The surrounding mountains seemed to be trembling, as if they could be crushed by his palm. Damn dog, take this. Li Kuafu was like a mountain as he threw a heavy punch. At this moment, Xingyuan Chao also began to attack crazily. His spear was like a dragon, shaking the world as it approached Jiang Qin. It was extremely powerful. They were facing an 8th heavenly layer star-level expert. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, wouldn't they become a laughing stock? At that time, their morale would definitely plummet. The Xingtian clan and the Kuafu clan had been waiting for a long time. It was not difficult for them to defeat the Qin clan. As long as the experts of the two clans gave the order, the Qin clan would definitely cease to exist. They would not give the Qin clan any chance to catch their breath. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His aura was powerful. He used the dragon transformation and fought with Xingyuan Chao. The spear radiance and the sword intertwined and instantly covered the sky. The limitless sword swept across the sky. Xingyuan Chao was furious. He flew up and fought with Jiang Qin. The intense battle made everyone feel suffocated. They did not expect that Jiang Qin, an 8th heavenly layer star realm expert, was not any weaker than his opponent. One should know that Xingyuan dynasty was the leader of the entire Xingtian prefecture. Even Qin Feng, the great ancestor of Qin family who had not regressed in the past 10 years, might not be a match for him. This battle could be said to have shocked the entire Dongchen mountain. Now, the battle between Jiang Qin and Xingyuan Chao had shocked everyone. The limitless sword, the unparalleled sword intent, swept across the sky. The domineering sword aura formed an unparalleled pressure. Jiang Qin only knew how terrifying the new heavenly dragon sword was when he fought with his full strength. Especially after his current strength kept increasing, his combat power rushed to the peak in one fell swoop. No one dared to be careless. This battle concerned everyone's life and death. How could they be careless? The people of Dongchen Mountain were looking forward to it. Jiang Qin was their last hope. Whether he won or lost, whether they believed in Jiang Qin's strength, they had no choice. The limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword worked together perfectly. In addition to the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin's strength was almost equal to Xingyuan Chao's. Their battle became more and more intense. Xingyuan Chao became more and more anxious. Just how strong is this guy? Chapter 5105. Fuck. Pang Shi was shocked. He quickly retreated, and his expression changed. The spear landed on his shoulder, but Pang Shi dodged it as soon as it pierced into his shoulder. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound, which was not a big deal to him. However, it was too dangerous just now. If it were not for his quick reflexes, he would have been dead by now. Get out of my way. Pang Shi roared and punched with both fists, forcing the two stone statues to retreat. However, after a layer of stone skin fell off the surface of the stone statues, they looked even more ferocious. Their platinum armor shone brightly, and they wore masks under the armor. It was impossible to see whether they were humans or ghosts. However, their strength was very terrifying. Most importantly, although Pang Shi had forced them to retreat, he had also gained a lot of pressure. The two stone puppets weren't afraid of death. Their punches were like tickles to them. Although the strength of the stone puppets wasn't as good as Pang Shi's, their bodies weren't afraid at all. That was the scariest part of it all. The two stone statues entangled Pang Shi. Pang Shi was furious and kept punching them. However, the bodies of the stone statues had been punched more than a dozen times, and some cracks had appeared on them, but they still did not give up. You old thing, I've already warned you, but you're still so confident. You're awesome, aren't you? Hurry up and hit me. I can't wait. Wang Dachui waved her hands and said. Let's swing together, ha ha ha. Seeing Pang Shi entangled with the two stone statues, Wang Dachui was in a very good mood. This old thing had been plotting behind their backs, but he was entangled with the stone statues as soon as he attacked. At this time, Pang Shi was miserable. Seeing this, Long Yang was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Wang Dachui looked like a funny girl. Not only was her name so exaggerated, but she was also so unconventional. Long Yang really did not dare to compliment her. However, she was indeed very capable. Long Yang had to admit that. What should we do? Should we hurry up and leave? Long Yang frowned. His strength was too weak. He had no advantage over Wang Dachui or Pang Shi. The two living stone statues frightened Long Yang even more. It was not that he was a coward, but that he had no chance of winning at all. If he stayed, he would only be cannon fodder. If he did not leave, he would really be out of his mind. I won't go. In any case, the two stone statues have already trapped the old ghost. We can continue to look for treasures. Look at your worthless appearance. Are you that afraid of death? A real man's death can be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. You have to stand up. You can't be so weak. If you are so weak, will that girl fall for you? Wang Dachui curled his lips and said disdainfully. I don't care. You said you'll be responsible for me. Long Yang said in a low voice. You're lucky to have run into your big sister Sledgehammer. Otherwise, you would have died somewhere long ago. Wang Dachui said angrily and turned to walk toward the 9-dragon hanging coffin. At that moment, Wang Dachui noticed that there was a white jade box on another layer of coffin inside the 9-dragon hanging coffin. The white jade box was not big. It was only the size of a palm, but it was extremely exquisite. There were unknown patterns carved on it, which looked like colorful clouds or the shadows of dragons. This is a treasure. It's definitely a treasure. Wang Dachui said excitedly. However, when she grabbed the white jade box with both hands, the entire 9-dragon hanging coffin began to shake violently and let out a series of hissing sounds. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping endlessly. What's going on? Wang Dachui's expression changed. Long Yang hurried over and pulled Wang Dachui back. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. What if those stone statues come to life? Long Yang said. His eyes fell on the white jade box. He was sure that the treasure in the white jade box was extraordinary. His nose had already smelled it, but at the same time, he smelled danger. In other words, the white jade box was undoubtedly a treasure, but it was destined to be filled with great danger. Even Long Yang didn't want to take that risk. He could smell treasure and danger. At that moment, Wang Dachui wanted to take the white jade box, which caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake. However, she didn't care. Don't bother me, you jinx. Can't you see that this is a treasure? Go, my ass. You're as timid as a mouse. I think you'll only amount to this much in your life. I, Wang Dachui, am a man of my word. When we get out of here, don't follow me anymore. People like you are more suited to find a small pond and live like a salted fish for the rest of your life. Wang Dachui frowned, and her face was gloomy. I don't believe it. Wang Dachui was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but she still couldn't take the white jade box down. At the same time, the 9-dragon hanging coffin did not stop shaking. Long Yang felt that the cave was full of danger. It seemed that a crisis could come at any time. Long Yang was very cautious. When he turned around, he found that under the vibration of the 9-dragon hanging coffin, all the stone statues were peeling off. More than 20 of them were moving at that moment. Long Yang pulled Wang Dachui and said with a dull look, Look. They're all alive. Can you stop talking nonsense? Wang Dachui rebuked him angrily. However, when she turned her head to look at Pang Shi and the stone statues, she found that there were more than 20 stone statues under the stone steps. All of them had come to life, peeling off their stone skins. The armor on their bodies was shining brightly, and they were holding long spears in their hands. At that moment, Pang Shi was also having a headache. These stone statues were all alive, which made his scalp numb. It was already difficult for him to get away from 2 of them. With so many stone statues, he was afraid that his situation would be even more difficult. Bastard! Pang Shi was furious. Before he could act tough, he was trapped by the stone statues. How could he not be angry? He thought that he would definitely make a fortune after finding the tomb of the mysterious Moon King, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. It was hard to say whether he would be able to leave alive or not. It's all your fault. If you hadn't talked nonsense, would these stone statues have come to life? Wang Daqui glared at him and pushed all the blame to Long Yang. Long Yang also looked innocent. What does this have to do with me? You must have touched the white jade box and caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake continuously. That's why the stone statues moved. Damn it, I'll fight whoever dares to touch my treasure. A bunch of dead things. I don't think you can be that fierce. Wang Daqui did not believe it. However, it was Pang Shi who suffered. Pang Shi was shocked by the sudden appearance of the stone statues again. Long Yang had to passively join in. All of a sudden, the stone statues came one after another. Whether it was Long Yang, Wang Daqui, or Pang Shi, they were all trapped. Long Yang was the most miserable. Both of them were not weak, but he was alone. An early-stage human immortal was really not enough. With the help of the Iron Head art, Long Yang did manage to repel the stone statues a few times, but there were too many of them. He could only run away. It's up to you now. Long Yang held the bone spear in his hand. His eyes were cold. He had no way out now. He could only fight with his life on the line. The bone spear was very easy to use. Although it was his first time using it, Long Yang still liked it very much. After all, the longer a weapon was, the stronger it was. The bone spear was just right for him. Although it looked a little tattered, it was still a good weapon. Long Yang's nose couldn't smell whether the bone spear was a treasure or not. However, his nose couldn't be wrong. This bone spear should be a broken weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the hands of the black-robed man. It was undeniable that this bone spear was a peerless divine weapon. However, it was different now. It had been corroded by time. Or perhaps, it had lost its sharpness. The broken bone spear seemed to be alive in Long Yang's hands. It advanced and retreated orderly. The 9 steps consecutive spear technique that his foster father passed on to him was considered a good spear technique. It was at least a high-grade yellow class cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level was further divided into high, middle, and low. Long Yang's 9 steps consecutive spear technique was very explosive. Every step he took could emit a strong aura. Each step was stronger than the previous one. At its strongest, the 9 steps consecutive spear technique was comparable to an earth-class cultivation technique. Long Yang held the bone spear in his hand and approached step by step. He had already mastered the 9 steps consecutive spear technique for 5 steps. With each step, the spear radiance would be released from his body. Wang Daqui was also surprised. He didn't expect Long Yang to be so powerful. His 9 steps consecutive spear technique was not weak. Although he was in the initial stage of the human celestial stage, he was comparable to an expert in the medium stage. His spear technique was extraordinary. Although the bone spear looked rubbish, it had an indescribable aura. Wang Daqui didn't dare to be careless. She swung her blunt saber up and down. She and Pang Shi were besieged by 7 or 8 stone statues. Long Yang was surrounded by 5 or 6 stone statues. The battle was very fierce. Long Yang's heart was filled with bitterness. Wang Daqui had indeed saved his life, but he was too much of a scam. He insisted on opening the 9-dragon hanging coffin and taking away the white jade box, which caused the 9-dragon hanging coffin to shake. It was probably because of this that the stone statue kept waking up. Find a chance to close the coffin. Otherwise, we will all die here. Long Yang said in a low voice. His face was gloomy. He had a hunch from the bottom of his heart. He was sure that as long as the coffin was closed, those stone statues would stop attacking them. Wang Daqui looked solemn. At this time, she had to believe Long Yang's words. This guy's mouth was like it was blessed. Whatever he said was true. At this time, Wang Dachui realized that if they continued to be so stubborn, they would really die here. Those stone statues couldn't be killed at all. But they were getting weaker and weaker. After a long time, their physical strength would be exhausted. Then it was only a matter of time before they died. You block them. I will close the coffin. Wang Dachui looked at Pang Shi. Bullsh *T. I will do it. You do it. Pang Shi's eyes were gloomy. At this time, he definitely wouldn't give way. What if this guy took the treasure and ran away? Then we will wait for death here. Wang Dachui shouted angrily. Neither he nor Pang Shi would give way. Pang Shi was extremely depressed. If they didn't give way at this time, they might all die here. Let him go. Pang Shi pointed at Long Yang. Wang Dachui nodded. Long Yang, go close the coffin. All right. Long Yang swept his spear across. Although it was extremely strenuous and he couldn't breathe under the pressure of several stone statues, he still resolutely rushed toward the 9-dragon hanging coffin. Pang Shi and Wang Dachui's eyes lit up. They pinned their hopes on Long Yang. The two of them quickly joined forces and blocked the stone statues behind Long Yang, giving Long Yang a chance to breathe. Long Yang flew up and landed in front of the 9-dragon hanging coffin. When he pulled up the coffin and was about to close it, he took a closer look and found that the patterns on the white jade box looked somewhat familiar. In an instant, Long Yang's eyes focused and images appeared in his mind. Almost all of them were the patterns on the white jade box. They kept floating in his mind. Long Yang stood rooted to the ground, his thoughts flying. He saw that inside the white jade box, there was an ink-colored pearl, emitting a faint light. Long Yang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Wang Dachui urged. He couldn't breathe under the pressure. However, Long Yang didn't respond. Long Yang reached out and placed his hand on the white jade box. At that moment, he didn't expect the white jade box to be opened. Long Yang was shocked when he opened the white jade box. As expected, the white jade box was exactly the same as the one in his mind. It was an ink-colored bead. Wang Dachui was also stunned. He didn't expect Long Yang to open the white jade box that he couldn't open even after using all his skills. While Wang Dachui was shocked, his heart was also in turmoil. How was he supposed to reason with this? Why did he have to work so hard to help Long Yang avoid danger, only to be given to someone else? Wang Dachui felt bitter, unspeakably bitter. Long Yang didn't know why he opened the white jade box, but in the next moment, he swallowed the bead. No! My treasure! Wang Dachui's wails echoed in the cave. She didn't cry when she was forced into a corner by her parents. She didn't cry when she was chased by the cloud sea heavenly whale for 30,000 miles. But at this moment, the treasure that she had painstakingly found was taken by Long Yang and swallowed. Wang Dachui cried. This bastard, why did I bring him in? It was too late for Wang Dachui to regret. After Long Yang swallowed the ink-colored bead, he was in extreme pain. It felt like his flesh and blood were being torn apart. Long Yang had a splitting headache, and his face was livid. After he swallowed the ink-colored bead, his heart was filled with worry. Even he didn't know why he swallowed it. By the time Long Yang reacted, it was already too late. Long Yang's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He felt like his body was about to explode. Long Yang stared at the 9-dragon hanging coffin. The 9 dragons galloped, and the coffin trembled. He didn't know what to do next. Before he could do anything, the 9-dragon hanging coffin closed itself. Long Yang's heart was full of curiosity, and his eyes were filled with shock. What else was hidden in the 9-dragon hanging coffin? Long Yang didn't know, but his nose couldn't smell it. Was there really a treasure inside? Even if there was a treasure, it was probably not something that they could open. Long Yang was curious, but he was also afraid because the 9-dragon hanging coffin was too suspicious. There must be a divine object inside. This was Long Yang's guess, but his greatest pain now was that his body was about to explode. The terrifying power was not something that he could control at all. He. I've searched far and wide for it, and it's finally here. A cold laugh sounded in everyone's ears. This time, Pang Shi was also dumbfounded. Could it be that there was someone behind him? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Impossible. This was impossible. Pang Shi's eyes were burning. But now, the more than 20 stone statues finally stopped. It seems that Long Yang was right, Wang Dachui murmured. Although the 9-dragon hanging coffin was closed and the stone statue had stopped moving, what about his treasures? My treasure was snatched away by that stinking brat Long Yang. But what really made his heart palpitate was the cold laugh, which seemed to echo in everyone's heart. Pang Shi and Wang Dachui exchanged a glance. Obviously, Wang Dachui felt the same. Even an Earth Immortal expert could not hide his shock. Who are you? Long Yang asked in a deep voice. Am I not the mysterious darkness lord that you have been searching for? Behind the bronze throne, an old man with a cane walked out with a smile. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his steps were extremely light. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Long Yang. As for Wang Dachui and Pang Shi, they were not in his eyes at all. Mysterious darkness lord. Long Yang was stunned. His face turned pale. He covered his head and retreated with his spear. This is impossible. Mysterious darkness lord has been dead for thousands of years. Wang Dachui said in a deep voice. You little girl, you're really interesting. Do I need you to judge whether I'm dead or not? The hunched figure of the mysterious Dark King said with a smile. Wang Dachui's heart was in turmoil. The news of the mysterious Moon Monarch's death had spread in the endless sea realm for thousands of years. Everyone thought that the mysterious Moon Monarch was dead, but he was still alive. Then what is this place? Pang Shi asked. This is a real tomb. But even I don't know who the owner of this tomb is, so I have regarded this place as my own tomb. The mysterious Yin King's voice was incomparably feminine. His gaze was extremely cold as he swept his gaze across everyone's body. Only Long Yang's body made him drool the most. Everyone knows that I have obtained a treasure. If I don't die, then there will definitely be a lot of people eyeing me covetously. So I might as well just die and fulfill those people's wishes. From now on, I won't be the target of those people's attention. Even if there are people who want to find me, there will definitely be less of them. Moreover, this is the treasure that I have found. The 9-dragon hanging coffin must be the place where the ancient powerful people died. I will definitely gain something by waiting here, Mysterious Darkness Lord said with a smile. The mysterious Yin King said with a chuckle. All of this was just a scheme to fake his death. What a good mysterious darkness lord. He is indeed cunning. Wang Dachui did not expect that after so many years of scheming, what he had found was only the decoy tomb of mysterious darkness lord. He was not really dead. This place just happens to be an exceptional formation. I found a dragon's soul here. It's a pity that I can't devour it at all. Therefore, I've been waiting for a person with the dragon clan's bloodline. Finally, you have come. Boy, although you are still very weak, you have the real bloodline of the dragon clan. Only with the power of your bloodline can I devour the dragon's soul. Mysterious Darkness Lord stared at Long Yang with a faint smile, as if he was treating him as a delicious lunch. Long Yang was also stunned. I have the bloodline of the real dragon clan. How is this possible? I am just a De Huang dog. How can I have the bloodline of the dragon clan? We have all been tricked. Wang Dachui's face turned pale. He looked at Long Yang, but he did not believe it. How could such a coward have the bloodline of the dragon clan? Although the endless sea realm was very big, as long as one had the bloodline of the dragon clan, he would be a true powerhouse. How could a disciple of the dragon clan be as useless as Long Yang? You want to devour me? Long Yang's heart trembled and he subconsciously retreated. The dragon's soul was still flowing in his body. Long Yang could feel it. It was like a bead was running around in his body, causing him to have a splitting headache. I have waited for thousands of years. Finally, you are here, and I can see the light of day again. As long as I get the dragon's soul, with my cultivation, I will definitely be able to soar to the 9 heavens. The day of my transformation into a dragon will be today. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5106. Bang! 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 Terrifying fist after fist smashed towards Xingyuan Chao, who was holding the divine spear. His might was unparalleled and domineering. Streaks of spear radiance destroyed the heavens and earth. Xingyuan Chao sneered in his heart. How are you going to fight me after losing that peerless sword? Chen Feng and the others at the side also cursed inwardly. Qin Fen was too young to underestimate his enemy. He was looking down on Xingyuan Chao. At this moment, only De Huang was on Mount Dongqin. He was full of confidence in Jiang Qin. Even Chen Lu was not sure that Jiang Qin could fight Xingyuan Chao to the death. Logically speaking, Big Brother Jiang Qin wasn't an arrogant person, but how could he be fooled by Xingyuan Chao's provocation? Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched. Without the heavenly dragon sword, could he still defeat Xingyuan Chao? Everyone could see that Brother Jiang Qin was invincible with the heavenly dragon sword. His battle power was shocking. However, the suspense of his battle with Xingyuan Chao was even more unknown. This day next year will be your death anniversary. I hope you can remember today's lesson. Ha ha ha. The might of the prosperous Yuan dynasty was shocking. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Qin was only an 8th heavenly layer star realm, how could he withstand it? However, Jiang Qin was still fearless. To defeat him, he had to crush him in all aspects. Only then could he be convinced. Xingyuan Chao's attack was strong, but Jiang Qin's 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was also unparalleled. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. 4-directional finger. Jiang Qin's finger attacks were stronger than the previous. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was ferocious. Facing the spear shadows that filled the sky, it was full of momentum. 5 elements finger. Jiang Qin let out a roar and struck with all his might with his 5 fingers. It was an earth-shattering attack. This was the first time Jiang Qin used the 5 elements finger. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, 1 finger gave birth to another. As for the 5 elemental fingers, each finger represented a different attribute: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements converged and became one. This was the strength of the 5 elemental fingers. 1 finger could crush heaven and earth, 2 could pierce through the void, and 3 could change the color of the starry sky. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Even the Xingyuan dynasty looked panicked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. 9 primordial heavens. The spear radiance changed once again. Xingyuan Chao was extremely annoyed, but he couldn't afford to be careless. He had originally thought that he had to kill Jiang Qin, but it seemed like Jiang Qin's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Every fingerprint exerted immense pressure on the Xingyuan dynasty. The terrifying deterrence was something he had never experienced before. As the finger seals cycled, the 5 elements gathered together without any flaws. The 5 elemental fingers pressed down on Xing Yuanchao's head like a huge mountain. 9 beams of divine spear light shot out and clashed with Jiang Chen's 5 elemental finger. At that moment, heaven and earth changed colors. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. More than half of Mount Dongchen shook continuously. Chen Feng and his son Chen Badian exchanged glances. They couldn't calm down for a long time. What a great Jiang Chen! What a great 8th level star state! Even at his peak, he might not be able to beat Jiang Chen. Chen Feng was extremely shocked. No wonder Jiang Chen was so confident. Even after putting away the unparalleled heavenly dragon sword, he was still full of confidence. Strength. Strength was the hard truth. Without strength, everything was useless. The 9 primordial heavens of the Xingyuan dynasty couldn't be underestimated either. However, compared to Jiang Chen's 9 tribulation imprisoning heavenly finger, it seemed to pale in comparison. Pfft! Xing Yuanchao spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he kept retreating. He drew a perfect arc in the sky and fell. He had completely lost his initial arrogance. At this moment, there was only fear in his eyes. It seems that the power of the 5 elemental finger is not bad. Jiang Chen murmured. It was his first time using the 5 elemental finger, but it gave him a huge shock. With just the power of the fingerprint, he overturned the Xingyuan dynasty. This was the most domineering. The difference between the two wasn't small. Xing Yuanchao's power was close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. In this battle, Jiang Chen was also very satisfied. Xing Yuanchao used all his means, but he was still 1 step behind. At this moment, he had lost his initial advantage. He didn't dare to covet the unparalleled sword in Jiang Chen's hands anymore. Brother Jiang Chen, good job. Chen Lu was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes were burning with joy and adoration. Jiang Chen's power made the entire Mount Dongchen excited. Their hope was here. This was their only chance. We don't have to die, ha ha ha. Great! Such powerful power. Is this the helper that young mistress brought back? He's amazing. Yeah, even Xing Yuanchao isn't a match for him. Who says that a level 8 star state is no match for a level 9 star state? Qianbei Jiang Chen is our role model. If it wasn't for Qianbei Jiang Chen, our Mount Dongchen would be in danger. The people of Mount Dongchen were all talking about it. They could finally relax now. However, the Huang situation didn't seem too good. He was being entangled by Li Kuofu. De Huang saw that Jiang Chen defeated Xing Yuanchao and felt even more annoyed. Little Chenzi was still stronger. Sigh. Let me lend you a hand. Li Kuofu said. Big guy, your opponent is me. Chapter 5107. Jiang Chen saw the flaws of the Big Dipper formation with a single glance. Did these guys really think their formations were invincible? Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. Trying to show off in front of Big Yellow was simply courting death. If he could see it, so could De Huang. The so-called Big Dipper formation was full of flaws in their hands. As soon as the formation appeared, Jiang Chen knew that De Huang was definitely going to start a massacre. You bunch of trash, if I don't feed you all to the dogs today, my name isn't Long Yang. De Huang swore. This dog is also so confident. Chen Badian said with a bitter smile. Big Yellow's strength had been fully acknowledged by them. He was able to fight against Li Kuofu, the patriarch of the Kuofu clan, for hundreds of rounds without falling into a disadvantageous position. For Chen Badian, this strength was far beyond his reach. Although the 7 from the Kuofu clan were all at the 8th heavenly layer of the star realm, De Huang was the same. He set up the Big Dipper formation, so couldn't he at least show some respect? They were the true 7 elders of the Kwafu clan, the cornerstones of the entire clan. However, De Huang did not seem to care about them at all. This De Huang dog looks very ferocious. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. They were constantly on tenterhooks, afraid that Jiang Qin would send them into the abyss. This was because Jiang Qin was their only hope. As long as Jiang Qin was still around, they might be able to continue living. However, once Jiang Qin left, they might not be able to do anything. The collusion between the Kwafu clan and the Xingtian manor had completely forced them into the abyss. That was why Chen Feng was so cautious. His strength had fallen, and he could no longer protect the Qin clan. Fortunately, his granddaughter, Chen Lu, had formed a good relationship with the Qin clan. Jiang Chen's appearance had helped them resolve their urgent situation. However, the two major forces had come out in full force. It was not so easy to deal with them. It was very difficult for the Qin clan to fight 1 against 2. Now, Jiang Chen was also facing the same predicament. The 7 elders of the Kwafu clan formed a formation to fight De Huang, while Li Kwafu left to fight Jiang Qin. Coupled with the Xingyuan dynasty, Jiang Qin immediately lost his chance of winning. Although he was powerful, he was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the star level after all. The strength that Jiang Qin displayed was astonishing, but there was a limit to one's strength. Li Kwafu and the Xingyuan dynasty joined hands to fight Jiang Qin. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 against Jiang Qin. However, it seemed that De Huang was not worried at all. Fighting the 7 elders at this time was actually the most worrying thing. Once De Huang was defeated, the core force of the Qin clan would be even more helpless against the 7 elders of the Kwafu clan. Therefore, they did not dare to believe that De Huang would lose this battle and be trapped in the formation. How tragic would that be? Does our Qin clan have any formation masters who can help Senior De Huang? Chen Batian asked gravely. However, no one answered him at this time. There was almost no one in the Qin clan who was proficient in formations. In their eyes, the Big Dipper formation was filled with majesty. No one could break it. Isn't this formation a little too powerful? We can't do anything. Yeah, the Kwafu clan actually has such a shocking formation. Patriarch, forgive us for being powerless. Sigh, it's rare for Senior De Huang to fight such an intense opponent, but we can't help it all. What an exquisite and peerless formation. It looks like our Qin clan is destined to decline this time. Countless people sighed. The strength of this formation was unstoppable. Everyone in the Qin clan fell into fear. Chen Lu's pretty face was filled with anxiety. However, if this continued, there was nothing wrong with it. De Huang would definitely not be able to resist the opponent's formation. They had to think of a countermeasure. I don't feel any pressure dealing with these guys. Just watch, I can destroy trash like them in minutes. Big Yellow said solemnly. For a moment, everyone in the Qin clan had different expressions. Wasn't this boasting a little too big? It was obviously impossible to destroy the experts of the Kwafu clan in minutes. Not a single one of them believed in De Huang. Although De Huang had indeed displayed his absolute strength before, now that there were 7 experts who were on par with him and they had joined forces with an exquisite formation, it was already good enough that De Huang didn't flee. How could he be so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin didn't mind. Only he knew De Huang's strength the best. This broken formation could really destroy them in minutes. If De Huang wanted them dead by midnight, they would definitely not be able to live until midnight. In the Tao of formation, the layman would just watch for fun while the expert would see the technique. In their eyes, this was a broken formation that wasn't worth mentioning. Little Qinzi, it's up to you now. De Huang looked at Jiang Qin. He didn't need to worry about him at all. The biggest worry should be Jiang Qin, because now that Li Kuafu had left and joined forces with Xingyuan dynasty, Jiang Qin would probably have to face the confrontation of two peak star-level experts. This was the real battle of life and death. You'd better worry about yourself, stupid dog. Die. Kill. The 7 giants of the Kuafu clan stood in the north, south, east, west, and center. They went all out, and the formation instantly met them, giving De Huang a merciless attack. De Huang strolled leisurely, looking very relaxed. The encirclement of the 7 was almost flawless, but he could always find a flaw and break out from it. Each time, it seemed ordinary, but the formation of the 7 was getting more and more chaotic. It seemed that De Huang was already familiar with the Big Dipper formation. The 7 of them gritted their teeth. They were all real experts, star level 8. They were powerful and famous. Who wouldn't call them seniors of the Kuafu clan? But when the 7 of them joined forces, they still couldn't trap De Huang dog. This was simply a great humiliation. This was intolerable. Moreover, their mission was to trap and kill De Huang, to prevent his appearance from affecting the clan leader's battle. But now, it seemed that De Huang didn't care about them at all. The attack of the 7 was not weak, but De Huang was able to overcome 1,000 caddies with little effort. The formation was useless in front of him. Wandering in the void, De Huang toyed with the 7 experts of the Kuafu clan. At this time, the Qin family finally knew who the real boss was. This senior De Huang was the real expert, unparalleled in the world. Such an exquisite formation was like a child's play in his hands. The Qin family was dumbfounded, shocked to the extreme. On the contrary, the 7 experts of the Kuafu clan were also stunned. Their faces were completely ruined. A few kids want to play with Master Dog's formation. Practice for another 10,000 years. Chapter 5108. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Senior De Huang is unparalleled in the world, and his longevity is as long as the heavens. Senior De Huang is mighty. Kill. 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 Countless members of the Qin clan cheered. De Huang undoubtedly became the object of everyone's worship. In the eyes of the Qin clan, he was already a high and mighty god. He broke the array with a finger, and the 7 great experts of the Kuafu clan were dumbfounded. The peerless array that they were so proud of was actually useless in the hands of this De Huang dog. He broke the array in an instant, leisurely. You guys are too weak. That's all. De Huang said with a laugh. The 7 experts of the Kuafu clan were even more furious. In the past, who didn't respect them as seniors? On the entire Tianqin star, they were also one of the few, but in front of a dog, they actually lost all their face. They had to fight to the death. If I don't kill this dog, I, Li Xuanzong, am not a human. Kill this damn dog and show the divine might of the Kuafu clan. The elders of the Kuafu clan were full of anger. Although they broke the array, their strength couldn't be underestimated. The 7 of them desperately chased after De Huang, determined to fight to the death. Good. Master Dog is going to start a massacre today. De Huang shook his head happily. In the eyes of the Qin clan, he was already a supreme existence. This time, he must show them his strength again. Otherwise, do they really think that Master Dog is easy to bully? Do they really think that I only know arrays? De Huang rushed left and right, fighting fiercely against the 7 great elders of the Kuafu clan. The scene became tense again, and everyone was looking forward to it. However, the one who affected Qin Feng the most was still Jiang Qin. Facing the leaders of the 2 great forces, no one knew whether Jiang Qin could withstand the pressure. Even he wasn't sure. Although he defeated Xingyuan dynasty, Jiang Qin didn't have it easy either. Now that the 2 of them were fighting, it was even more difficult to predict who would win. Brother Kwa Fu, this time around, the two of us must properly join forces. This fellow is no pushover. Ha ha ha. Xing Yuanchao's eyes turned cold as he confronted Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also indifferent, ready to fight at any time. Even if it was two peak star states, he wasn't afraid. Just how much potential did he have? Jiang Qin had to display it. Now that his power had broken through again, he was confident he could take on any cosmic cloud state unless they were up against him. That's easy. He doesn't know what's good for him, so we'll send him on his way. For the sake of the Qin clan, he should have known that he was going to die. Li Kuafu took a step forward. His towering figure formed a sharp contrast with Jiang Qin. The two experts stared at Jiang Qin, and the tension between them was high. It's still too early to say all this. Are the two of you really that confident? Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't dare to be careless in this battle, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. The two peak star states were infinitely close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. Jiang Qin used 80% of his power to defeat Xing Yuanchao. It wouldn't be easy to kill Xing Yuanchao in a battle of life and death. Now that both of them had locked onto him, this battle was no longer as simple as winning or losing. You're very strong, but if you want to dominate the Tianqin planet, it's probably not enough. I know you're not from the planet. I can give you a chance now. Put down the peerless sword in your hand and piss off the planet. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. You're fighting alone here. Do you think you can be the savior of the Qin clan? To me, you're just a piece of trash who only knows how to act tough. You'll eventually pay the price for your arrogance. Not to mention that he was only an 8th level star level. Such a battle might very well be one-sided. Success or failure would be gone in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Jiang Chen's appearance had already given the Qin family a lot of face. He wouldn't blame Jiang Qin for leaving at this time. Young friend Jiang Qin, if you leave, I won't stop you. Every man for himself, and the heavens will destroy him. Being able to survive is the greatest fortune. Since you have no chance of winning in a battle against the two of them, you can leave. My Qin clan is definitely not people who don't know right from wrong. If I were to be defeated and lose my young friend Jiang Chen's life, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. Chen Feng said solemnly. His words made the people of the Qin family admire him, and so did Jiang Qin. The great-grandfather of the Qin family wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. To be able to see through a situation like this in a life-and-death situation was not something an ordinary person could do. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently and looked at Qin Lu and the others. Even if it's a heaven pit, I would still dare to enter it. What are these two fellows? I, Jiang Qin, have lived for countless years. The only thing I don't know is what retreat is. Chapter 5109. Good, good, good. My young friend Jiang Qin is truly righteous. I, Chen Feng, thank you on behalf of everyone in the Qin family, Jiang Qin. Whether you win or lose, we will forever be grateful. Chen Feng's eyes were solemn and meticulous. His admiration for Jiang Qin was also very great. Disregarding life and death, he was a true hero. Chen Lu's eyes were filled with worry. Jiang Chen's life and death had always affected her heart. That was why she was so nervous. It was hard to describe the feeling of regaining something that she had lost. But now, they were trapped in a dangerous situation again. This was what made her feel the most anxious. Although Jiang Qin was very strong, his opponent was not an ordinary person either. This concerned the life and death of the entire Mount Dongqin and the distribution of the three major forces. This battle could very well determine the general trend of the entire Tianqin planet. Since you doubt me, I, Li Kuafu, will fight you to the end today. Li Kuafu leapt up and down like a lofty mountain. He clenched his fist and pressed it down. It was as if he had teleported between heaven and earth. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless as he was facing a formidable enemy. Li Kuafu was as majestic as a mountain. His arm strength was extremely strong. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. A pinnacle star level. This was definitely an unimaginable existence. 10,000 tons of pressure. Li Kuafu punched out, causing the void to explode and the sky to change color. Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. His dragon transformation roared like a real dragon in the sky. He directly blocked Li Kuafu's heavy punch with his palms. It seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult to predict. This punch also shocked Jiang Qin, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Countless people exclaimed. Even in his dragon transformation, Jiang Qin was only a few meters tall. But Li Kuafu's mountain-like body crushed him like an ant. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen's dragon transformation would be as firm as a boulder? With a roar, he soared into the sky and directly pushed Li Kuafu back. That heavy punch that could destroy heaven and earth actually failed to suppress Jiang Qin. What terrifying power! Yes, this Jiang Qin must be terrifying to be able to make Li Kuafu take a few steps back. You can't judge a book by its cover. That's unbelievable. He's definitely the strongest overlord of Mount Dongqin. His talent is unparalleled. The millions of people on Mount Dongqin were in awe. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a supreme god. You really do have some skill. Li Kuafu Lengleng said. That punch, an ordinary star level 9 would have died a horrible death, but Jiang Qin could still walk so leisurely, it was enough to foresee that his power was no weaker than his, maybe even stronger. Ha ha ha. Brother Kuafu, you should now know how powerful this fellow is, right? The two of us have no choice but to join forces. Xing Yuanchao said with a laugh. He flew up and stood in the void, facing Jiang Qin. Stop talking. Hurry up and attack. The two glanced at each other without hesitation. They had to end the battle quickly and kill Jiang Qin. Only then could they control the entire Mount Dongqin. Chen Feng was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This Jiang Qin who appeared out of nowhere was the most troublesome. Then, let the storm come even more violently. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand into the sky. Ancient Dragon Sword Technique. After using the Dragon Sword Technique, Jiang Chen's power rose to the 9th level of the star state. The difference in power was getting bigger and bigger. The Ancient Dragon Sword Technique could only help Jiang Qin increase his power by 1 level. Once he reached the Cosmic Cloud state, the Ancient Dragon Sword Technique would probably bring even fewer benefits to Jiang Qin. Even so, Jiang Chen's strength had improved tremendously. Now that he was a 9th Heavenly Layer Star Realm expert, it would be easier for him to fight 2 more opponents. Jiang Chen's punches were extremely terrifying too. Even Li Kuafu didn't dare to say he could completely block it. Xing Yuanchao didn't dare to clash with Jiang Qin at all. Li Kuafu was very cautious too. After all, Jiang Chen's fist force was truly destructive. The perfect combination of power and force allowed Jiang Qin to fight 2 at once. He didn't retreat at all, but the difference in power was real. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Jiang Qin felt immense pressure. After all, they were 2 peak star states. Xing Yuanchao was faster and more agile, while Li Kuafu was more powerful. One focused on power while the other focused on speed. It was almost a perfect combination. Jiang Qin relied on his dragon transformation and could only take 1 step at a time. But as time went on, he began to go downhill. The two were almost at the same time. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state would be able to fight them. Jiang Chen's situation was very worrisome. The Qin family was very worried because Jiang Qin wasn't fighting alone. If he lost, too many things would be involved. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can last. Xing Yuanchao laughed. 9 essences returned to 1. The sky was filled with spear shadows that turned into 9 giant dragons made of yuan qi. They roared and rushed towards Jiang Qin. The rumbling sound was deafening, causing countless people below the star realm to be shaken to death. It was a tragic scene. Tianshan shield armor. Li Kuafu extended his arms, and 2 sets of armor rose into the air, shining with a golden light. The shield armor rose into the air, resonating with the 9 elements of the flourishing essence dynasty and pressing forward together. Jiang Chen's face was serious. He wouldn't budge no matter what. Starlight enter body. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead. Countless energy of the stars surged up along with his dragon form. Layers of blue light lingered around his body. Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise and reached its peak. Thud. 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 Dragon shadows of yuan qi pounced on Jiang Chen's body, causing a terrifying tremor. Li Kuafu's Tianshan shield armor also followed suit. Jiang Chen withdrew his overbearing aura and the power of the stars was displayed once again. Jiang Chen's physique was already invincible due to the perfect fusion of his dragon transformation and the power of the stars. It was not a problem for him to withstand the two's strength. What a terrifying physical strength. Li Kuafu's heart sank. The 2 of them had used their full strength, but they still couldn't push Jiang Chen back. Now, both of them had retreated several hundred meters. It seemed like they were evenly matched. This isn't just physical strength anymore. Xing Yuanchao said while gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chen actually had a trump card. The strength of his body could no longer be described as terrifying. The 2 of them had experienced it firsthand. However, they had no other choice at this moment. There's no time. Brother Kuafu, it's time to give this guy a fatal blow. Otherwise, our Xingtian clan will lose face, and your Kuafu clan will become a laughing stock. Xing Yuanchao said with a deep voice. Chapter 51:10. Great. Ha ha ha. Father, our Qin family is finally saved. This Jiang Qin is too powerful. 2 peak star realm experts are nothing to him. He has really widened our horizons. That's right. Chen Badian laughed heartily, filled with gratification. Yes, Grandpa, we're saved this time. A smile also appeared on Chen Lu's face. The Xing Yuan dynasty and Li Kuafu had been attacking for a long time, and they were even more anxious at this moment. Moreover, both sides were evenly matched. For the 2 great forces, this was the most unsettling thing. At that time, their momentum would definitely be greatly affected. It's not that simple. Chen Feng shook his head. You underestimate peak star states too much. You underestimate the Xingyuan dynasty and Li Kuafu too much. Chen Badian was taken aback. He looked at his father in confusion. Could it be that both sides were evenly matched? Was it not enough to make them retreat? At the very least, the flourishing Yuanchao and Li Kuafu no longer had any confidence in winning. As time passed, they would not be able to win for a long time, and they would be exhausted from running for their lives. They would definitely reveal their weaknesses, and that would be the time for Mount Dongqin to rise. They have reached the peak star state for tens of thousands of years. They're almost at the same time as me. Although they didn't attempt to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state, their power is unimaginable. My father suffered a backlash when he tried to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state and died. The half-step cosmic cloud state isn't as simple as you think. Peak star states are infinitely close to the cosmic cloud state. One can only imagine how strong they are. Although you reached the 9-level star state, you probably need at least 50,000 years of cultivation to reach the power of the Xingyuan dynasty and the others. As long as Jiang Qin can't take him down, he will be the one suffering. Chen Feng said worriedly. Moreover, they haven't even used their trump cards yet. It will be as difficult as ascending the heavens for little friend Jiang Qin to defeat them. Chen Feng said in a sincere tone. It wasn't wrong to speculate on the worst possible outcome. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't foresee any chance of victory. Let's wait and see first. Li Kuafu is an existence known as the descendant of God. His means are not limited to this. Chen Feng's heart was filled with sorrow. Until things reached the final step, there was no way for him to make a final conclusion. Right now, even though Jiang Qin was having a great time fighting against the two of them, the result was something that no one could predict. Jiang Qin, you've already crossed my bottom line. Today, I definitely won't give you any more chances. Only by killing you will Mount Dongqin bow its head. It's your good fortune to die by my hands today. Transcendence golden body, penetrating heaven and earth. Taking a step forward, Li Kuafu's body continued to grow larger. His mountainous body once again grew to a shocking height of over 1,000 zhang. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind blew and thunder rumbled, causing the sky to change color. What a terrifying aura! Not only has Li Kuafu's body grown bigger, but his strength also seems to have increased significantly. Chen Badian said solemnly. That's right, this is his strongest technique, the transcendence golden body inherited from the ancient god realm, the all-seeing golden body. Chen Feng said in a low voice. Li Kuafu's eyes widened in anger. The world was spinning, causing Jiang Qin to become more and more solemn. He did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. As the leader of the Kuafu clan and a descendant of God, Li Kuafu's strength was well-deserved. Li Kuafu was like an unparalleled god of war, mighty and domineering. Countless people could not help but bow down in worship. This kind of unparalleled pressure was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Within 100 miles of Mount Dongqin, all the birds and beasts were trembling in fear. No one was an exception. What a transcendence golden body, penetrating heaven and earth. Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. This time, he couldn't let his guard down. 100 refined stars. Jiang Qin flew up, pointing angrily at Li Kuafu. He pulled out his sword and shot it in all directions. The sword's shadow was dazzling, covering the entire sky. A rainbow shadow flew into the sky. It was Jiang Qin. Countless sword chi kept slashing at Li Kuafu's body, but Li Kuafu did not move an inch. Facing Jiang Qin's attack, he did not hold back at all. Heavy punches broke through the void. His transcendence golden body was invincible. It was like an unstoppable god. Jiang Qin had no way to defend against the barrage of heavy blows. Limitless sword. Sword 30. Sword 31. This time, Jiang Qin used the limitless sword again and barely blocked Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. However, Li Kuafu's power kept increasing. Although it did not reach the half-step nebula state, it was infinitely close and infinitely growing. This exhausted Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword's cooperation with him was already flawless. The limitless sword was like a flying dragon in the sky, but it still couldn't directly force back Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. This was enough to show how terrifying this guy was. Jiang Qin knew that he had underestimated his enemy before. This Xingyuan dynasty seemed to be eager to make a move. Brother Kuafu's transcendence golden body is indeed powerful. Ha ha ha, I admire you. Xingyuan dynasty followed closely behind and pushed Jiang Qin's figure closer to Li Kuafu. The battle between the three was also getting more and more intense. Jiang Qin was constantly being suppressed by Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body. He was already struggling. In addition to the pressure from Xingyuan dynasty, his situation was very worrying. Chen Feng's gaze was extremely accurate. What he was worried about had finally happened. Jiang Qin was still alone and weak, and Li Kuafu's transcendence golden body was something that Jiang Qin had no way of breaking. The limitless sword could only resist him, but it was not that easy to break his transcendence golden body. Today, let's see how you are going to stand up for others. Let's see if you can withstand this last bit of power. Ha ha ha. Li Kuafu stood proudly, confident and mighty. Although Jiang Chen's limitless sword was terrifying and had the aura of the heavenly dragon sword, it was still unable to break his transcendence golden body. He was already in an invincible position. In addition to the Xingyuan dynasty's pressure, Jiang Chen was now in a dilemma and his life was hanging by a thread. You are indeed very strong, but you chose the wrong side. You are an enemy, not a friend. I can only kill you. Mount Dongchen is not worth risking your life for. But now, it's too late to say anything. Once my transcendence golden body appears, it must be sacrificed with fresh blood. Li Kuafu leaped up and shook the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the air and rushed to the top of the nebula. Chapter 51:11. No one can escape from my Dharma golden body. Ha ha ha. Li Kuafu was full of confidence. He was the leader of the alliance with Xingyuan dynasty. Xingyuan dynasty kept creating trouble for Jiang Qin, but the one who truly crushed Jiang Qin was Li Kuafu. Li Kuafu's method was different from the past. It was extremely rare for him to be able to suppress Jiang Qin in terms of absolute strength and momentum. This had infuriated Jiang Qin. He must get back at him today. This time, I'm afraid Jiang Qin really can't hold on. Li Kuafu's Dharma golden body alone is enough to overwhelm him, said Qin Badian. He was worried. This time, I'm afraid Jiang Qin really can't hold on anymore. After all, Jiang Chen's life and death were related to the rise and fall of the Qin family. We've underestimated them in the end, especially young friend Jiang Qin. After all, I haven't fought them for many years. Back then, their power was on par with mine. I was close to the half-step cosmic cloud state. They were also this powerful. It's all my fault for being too greedy. If I didn't want to break through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, perhaps the Qin family wouldn't have to face this disaster. Qin Fang's eyes were filled with guilt. If he didn't do this, how could the Qin family end up like this? All of this was because he had been too competitive, and had brought it upon himself. How could he have ever imagined that he would end up harming all of Mount East Qin? Millions of commoners would suffer along with him. Qin Fang's heart was filled with guilt. However, it was already too late to say anything now. After all, things had already come to this. There were countless casualties among the citizens of Mount Dongchen, and more than half of the Qin clan had fallen. Father, you don't need to blame yourself too much. We will always be by your side. This isn't your fault at all. Your goal was to strengthen Mount Dongchen. You just didn't expect that the news of you failing to advance to the half-step star level would be spread by traitors. That's why the two great factions are eyeing you covetously. Chen Badian quickly said. He knew his father's thoughts better than anyone. His father had been working to strengthen the Qin family his entire life. How could he be disloyal? His failure to break through was more painful than anyone else's, but he couldn't say it out loud. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. Who wouldn't sigh at this? The pain in his father's heart was something no one could understand. He had done enough for the Qin family. How could the Qin family blame him? I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. More than half of the living beings on Mount East Qin died because of me. That's something I can't clear even if I jump into the Yellow River. You don't need to try to persuade me. But now that things have come to this, even if I want to redeem myself, it's already too late. Chen Feng was in incomparable pain. Even his final hope, Jiang Chen, was in a difficult position. It was very likely that this battle would implicate Jiang Chen as well. Grandpa, this isn't your fault. It's just that those two major powers have been getting restless for a long time. This is the calamity of our Mount East Chin, and we can't avoid it even if we want to. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a way to do so. They've been secretly gathering information about Mount Dongchen all this time. That's something that no one can change. We've been harmed by scoundrels, and Mount Dongchen will never forget this deep enmity. You're the pillar of Mount Dongchen, grandfather. Regardless of when, regardless of life or death, I'll always be proud of you. Chen Lu's eyes shone brightly, filled with reverence for her grandpa. Ever since she was young, although she was a girl, she worshipped her grandpa greatly. She hoped that one day, she could also become an existence that protected Mount East Chin and take over her grandpa's position. But she didn't expect things to turn out contrary to her wishes. Before she could grow up and become strong enough, Mount East Chen had been harmed by those scoundrels. Child, you're grandpa's pride too. Chen Feng couldn't help but cry. There was no longer any chance. Mount East Chen had fallen to such a state. It was a nightmare. Father, we're proud of you. Chen Badian said solemnly. Patriarch. We're proud of you. Behind Chen Feng, none of the members of the Qin clan had any expressions of fear on their faces. Their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. Even though they knew that they would lose, they didn't retreat even half a step. Chen Feng was their ancestor, and even more so, their spiritual pillar. Mount East Chen had flourished for 100,000 years. Wasn't this all thanks to Chen Feng? But who could guarantee eternal glory? Big brother Jiang Qin, quickly leave. No matter what, our Qin clan won't retreat even half a step. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't want to implicate you. Chen Lu loudly spoke, her eyes were slightly red. Even if she couldn't leave this place, she still hoped that big brother Jiang Qin would be able to leave Mount East Qin. After all, elder sister Luoying was still waiting for him. If elder sister Luoying knew that big brother Jiang Qin was still alive, she would definitely be extremely happy. Jiang Qin stared at Chen Lu's complicated and resolute expression. How could he leave just like that? Even though he was constantly being pushed back, it was far from the point where he had to admit defeat. This time, he had to take down these two fellows. Otherwise, the millions of living beings on Mount East Chin would all die at their hands. How tragic would it be if the entire mountain was massacred? It wasn't just for Chen Lu, but for the millions of living beings on Mount East Chin. Jiang Chen hadn't reached the point where he would kill people like flies, nor was he a deity. However, if the millions of living beings were killed by the Quafu clan and Xingtian Manor, it would be a great sin. This time, I won't give you any chances, nor will I hold back. Only by killing you can I restore peace to Mount East Chin. Jiang Chen stared straight at Li Quafu and Xing Yuanchao. His voice was stern and filled with killing intent. There was still a difference between killing one person and killing millions. Therefore, he had to kill these two to save the millions of people on Mount East Chin. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. You can't even protect yourself now, yet you still want to save people. You still want to create peace for others. What a joke. Xing Yuanchao burst out laughing. His eyes were filled with disdain. Let's make a deal. Don't disappoint me. Brother Quafu alone has forced you into this state. Are you sure you still have a chance to turn the tables? Xing Yuanchao said coldly. You'll never know who's the one with the best smile until the very last moment. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and calmly. Little Chenzi, fuck them up. De Huang cheered him on. Only he thought that he could defeat Xing Yuanchao and Li Quafu. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and activated the astral divine sword. He was going to fight till his last breath. Chapter 51:12. Transcendence. Golden body, indestructible body. Li Kuafu bellowed angrily. A dragon's sword in the sky, its massive body blocking out the sun and the sky. The invincible Vajra body was unstoppable. The Transcendence golden body was incomparably dignified, like an unparalleled god. It came crashing down mercilessly against Jiang Chen, its killing intent soaring. Good move. Jiang Chen's eyes were like fire as he shouted. Against Li Kuafu's indestructible golden body, he did not hold back at all. The tempered body of the stars, the exploding stars, and the power of the astral pole completely enveloped Jiang Chen's body. A ghostly blue light circled him, full of mystery and depth. This power was something that even Li Kuafu could not have predicted. You know nothing about the power of the stars, Jiang Chen murmured. As he turned around, he threw a punch with an indomitable spirit. It looked small, but it was filled with shocking power. One big and one small, completely incomparable fists, exploded out and instantly collided with each other. Boom! A sound that shook the mountains and rivers reverberated throughout Mount Dongqing. The sky was shaking, the ground was cracking, the rocks were pulverized, and the rivers flowed in reverse. What a terrifying punch! Is my Mount Dongqing going to collapse? Hard to say. This punch is really enough to change the sky and earth, and make ghosts wail and wolves howl. The Kuafu tribe's leader is too strong. No one can match him in this battle. Countless people were indescribably panicked and scattered in all directions. The mountain collapsed, the earthquake struck, and magma erupted from within the mountain. This punch practically turned most of the mountain rocks and ancient trees within a radius of 100 miles into powder. Chen Feng's face was full of seriousness. The world spun, sand and pebbles flew. After this punch, young friend Jiang Chen would probably no longer exist. Chen Feng knew that even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to take this punch. This Li Kuafu was too terrifying. The might of a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers. The body of the Kuafu clan had a huge advantage. They were blessed by the heavens and could utilize the body of the Kuafu clan to the extreme. This punch could destroy the heavens and the earth, it was omnipotent. Jiang Chen's body could not withstand this punch. Brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu roared at the top of her lungs. Her eyes flickered and her heart was filled with incomparable sorrow. This punch should be the end, right? Even Xin Yuan Chao was pleased. Li Kuafu's power was the most terrifying. He was the closest to a half-step cosmic cloud state. Jiang Chen, a level 8-star state, dared to say that. Even if he had many tricks up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to survive such a blow. In fact, he didn't even need to do anything. Dust flew everywhere, and the wind and clouds surged. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. However, only Li Kuafu himself knew how terrifying his strength was in this punch. His body had suffered great damage because Jiang Chen's punch was also not to be underestimated. He could barely withstand the recoil of the punch. He was forced to take a few steps back and almost fell down from the mountain peak. He was in a rather sorry state. Li Kuafu was not the only one who knew how terrifying his strength was. Jiang Chen's punch was not to be underestimated. He took a few steps back and almost fell down from the peak. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. This battle, Jiang Chen was probably finished, right? Ha ha ha. Can water fight me? Li Kuafu looked at the sky and roared. Although he'd received a great deal of damage from this punch, Jiang Chen would have been dead from the impact of the punch. Little brat, this time, you should know who the real overlord is. Brother Guafu is indeed worthy of being our pride. Xing Yuanchao nodded confidently. The entire Dongchen mountain fell silent. Everyone's eyes were blank. Chen Lu was not the only one. Brother Jiang Qin had died for the sake of the Qin clan. It was such a tragedy. He could have left alive, but he decided to stay and sacrifice everything for the Qin clan. Chen Feng lowered his head in silence. He was neither happy nor sad. Although things had progressed in the direction he did not want to see, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the eternal hero of the Dongchen mountain. Now, you should know what to do. Chen Feng, kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll leave your corpse intact. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were sharp as his lips curled upward. He suddenly felt like the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields as he faced his old rival. You've wreaked havoc on Dongchen Mountain all these years. It's enough. Chen Feng, since you can't lead Dongchen Mountain to glory, go to the abyss. Useless people will only be eliminated. Xing Yuanchao said. Pitiful, pitiful. If I broke through to the half-step cosmic cloud state, how could I let you wreak havoc here? Do you still dare to provoke the Qin clan? Chen Feng was furious. Pity, you don't. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were cold. Yes, pity I don't. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Perhaps this was his fate. His hard work was all for naught. He even became a laughing stock in the eyes of others. The winner takes all. There's no doubt about this. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. This world is one where the strong preys on the weak. Xing Yuanchao said confidently. Only the strong have the absolute right to speak. Xing Yuanchao was like an emperor. His tone was stern and domineering. You're right. Only the strong have the absolute right to speak. When the dust settled, a figure slowly walked out, looking calm and composed. If it wasn't Jiang Qin, who could it be? Jiang Qin didn't fail that punch. His dragon transformation body had already surpassed that. The addition of the 3 astral pole was unparalleled. Jiang Qin's power wasn't something people like Li Kuafu could handle. However, this punch was too ferocious. The sky changed color and all the mountains within 100 kilometers were shattered. Li Kuafu's body was terrifying enough. Did Jiang Qin die in the dust? Not only so, but Jiang Qin was also unscathed. That was why he could stand there fearlessly. You're still alive. Li Kuafu couldn't believe it. That punch was on par with a half-step cosmic cloud state. How could he still be alive? How could he be so confident? You're not dead. Why can't I be alive? Do you think your indestructible golden body can really beat me? Wishful thinking. Jiang Qin stood on the peak of the mountain with his blade in front of him. Excited roars once again rang through Mount Yixchen, and Chen Lu was crying tears of joy. He'd thought that big brother Jiang Qin was dead, but now, he was still alive. Take another punch from me. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold as they met again. This punch made Li Kuafu's heart palpitate as if he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 51:13. Jiang Qin's appearance gave the people of Mount Dongchen another shot in the arm. They had thought that the matter was over, but they hadn't expected Jiang Qin to still be alive. This meant that they still had a glimmer of hope, even if it was only a sliver. After all, this was the reason for their survival. Li Kuafu was too strong and had left a huge impression in everyone's heart. Such an expert was in existence that they could not match. Who could fight against him? Only Jiang Qin. At this moment, Li Kuafu's eyes were filled with fear. Only he knew how ruthless that punch had been. It was already a great fortune for Jiang Qin to have survived. However, not only had he survived, but his body hadn't been injured in the slightest. At this moment, Li Kuafu already knew that Jiang Qin was definitely more terrifying than him. Even the golden body Dharma idol hadn't been able to deter him, so it would be difficult for him next. He would be utterly defeated. Although Jiang Qin looked tiny, the power of his punch was multiplied by several folds. Even Li Kuafu, the man of the mountain, could not help but take a deep breath. The heavy punch, which carried the light of the stars, landed on Li Kuafu's body without hesitation. Li Kuafu's eyes were filled with extreme fear. If he were to take that punch, he would be half crippled even if he didn't die. "Brother Yuanchao, save me!" Li Kuafu exclaimed. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. This time, he didn't have the courage to fight Jiang Qin head-on. "Save you? Who's going to save me then?" Xing Yuanchao sneered in his heart. "If even you can't withstand his strongest attack, why should I fight Jiang Qin? This is the perfect time to weaken the two of you, so I'll be the final winner. Brother Kuafu, watch out." Although Xing Yuanchao pretended to rush over to Li Kuafu's rescue, his speed was extremely slow. Li Kuafu established his stance and threw out a furious punch. He had no choice but to meet Jiang Qin head-on. However, Jiang Qin's fist had sent him flying 10 li away, and the mountains under his feet were all razed to the ground. At that moment, Li Kuafu slowly came to a stop. His eyes were filled with despair. A mouthful of blood spurted out, forming a rain of blood that splashed into the air. Li Kuafu was severely injured and his life was hanging by a thread. "Brother Kuafu, AI. In the end, I was one step too late." Xing Yuanchao's expression was unsightly, but he was extremely excited in his heart. This was because Jiang Qin's expression was also unsightly. Obviously, after 2 punches, Jiang Qin was gasping for breath. He had seriously injured Li Kuafu, but he had also reached the point of exhaustion. This was the time for him to turn the situation around. "You dare to injure my brother Kuafu? Jiang Qin, I will fight you to the bitter end." At this moment, Xing Yuanchao rushed out and met Jiang Qin's eyes. He could see that Jiang Qin's strength was already at the brink of collapse. One could imagine the impact of the 2 punches. Jiang Qin's strength was already at the brink of collapse. "Don't worry, brother Kuafu. I will definitely avenge you." Xing Yuanchao pointed his spear at Jiang Qin, his fighting spirit rising again. "What a good plan, Xing Yuanchao. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You've tricked Li Kuafu, and now you're finally going to make a move yourself. I really have a whole new level of respect for you." Jiang Qin sneered. "Don't talk nonsense. You're trying to sow discord between me and brother Kuafu. Today, I will definitely kill you to avenge brother Kuafu." Xing Yuanchao did not say much and went straight to Jiang Qin. This time, he would not hold back at all. Li Kuafu had fought Jiang Qin to this point, so he had to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could he show his strength? Xing Yuanchao sneered and still put on a righteous look. 9 yuan battling heaven. Xing Yuanchao brandished his spear, covering the sky. Countless spear shadows filled the sky. Xing Yuanchao waved his spear, drawing on the power of the 9 dragons. The dragons soared in the sky, and the 9 elements became one, fighting against the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold, and he was meticulous. At this time, there was no need for him to hold back. In this battle, he had to give his opponent a fatal blow. Only then could he solve the current problem of Mount Dongqin. Otherwise, they would fall into a great battle, and there would be countless casualties. The 9 yuan combat heavens could change the color of the heavens and earth. This was also the strongest technique of Xingyuan dynasty. He also had to show Jiang Qin the utmost respect. It wasn't an ordinary person who could push Li Kuafu to such a state. Although Li Kuafu had already fallen, he still had to give it his all. In order to prevent any accidents from happening again, Xing Yuanchao wanted to kill Yi Futian with a single blow. Only then could he ensure that he could sit on the fence. Once again, Jiang Chen was faced with an earth-shattering attack. Facing the overwhelming spear shadows, a storm was brewing and dark clouds were gathering. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. "Brother Jiang Chen, you have to hold on," Chen Lu prayed silently. Brother Jiang Chen could defeat Li Kuafu, and he would definitely be able to fight Xing Yuanchao to the end. Little friend Jiang Chen might not be in a good situation. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. Originally, his battle strength might be able to compete with Xing Yuanchao. However, in order to defeat Li Kuafu, little friend Jiang Chen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the battle between the two of them, he will most likely lose. Unless, he still has a trump card. Chen Badian looked at his father, and the two of them had the same look in their eyes. One should know that Xing Yuanchao's strength was not weaker than Li Kuafu's at all. At this time, Xing Yuanchao clearly felt like he was bullying the weak. "Kill him. You must kill him." Li Kuafu roared at the top of his voice, but at this time, he no longer had any strength to fight back. "Fuck you, you still dare to be so arrogant at this time. Let this lord dog serve you well." At this time, De Huang had already killed all the experts of the Kuafu clan. All the elders had died without a burial place. Li Kuafu was furious, but De Huang had already approached him. Although De Huang had also suffered a very serious internal injury, he was still very confident in dealing with a person who had no strength to truss a chicken. This guy was still arrogant at this time. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know why the flowers were so red. Seeing that little Chenzi was in a dangerous battle with Xing Yuanchao, De Huang had to collect some interest from Li Kuafu. "What do you want?" Li Kuafu roared. He was already powerless to fight, but this guy still wanted to bully him. "What do I want? What do you think? I like to pick on pushovers. Just now, you were very arrogant. What goes around comes around. Now, it's my turn to teach you a good lesson. Little bastard, I'm going to beat you up until you're unrecognizable." De Huang smiled sinisterly and began to torture Li Kuafu. After a series of crazy attacks and sharp claws, Li Kuafu felt extremely desperate. Chapter 51:14. "Little Chenzi, I'll beat this bastard up for you first. I'll leave the rest to you." Big Yellow cackled and began to attack with all its might, beating the dog while it was down. This was his favorite thing to do, especially at such a time. He had to make sure that little Chenzi didn't have to worry about him. That's right. He wanted to beat the bastard up until he couldn't take care of himself. On the other side, Jiang Chen did not panic in the face of Xing Yuanchao's attack. Even though he knew that every step would be difficult, he had to fight his opponent to the end. Zhou Yuan battling heaven was like the reincarnation of 9 dragons. It was invincible. Limitless sword, 31 swords. Jiang Chen raised his sword and faced the 9 vitality golden dragons. He slashed through the wind and waves and kept charging forward. However, Xing Yuanchao's strength was obviously stronger. A terrifying force swept over as though the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. 9 dragons in the sky, 9 elements returned to 1. Xing Yuanchao used 120% of his strength and charged forward. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's limitless sword was not that easy to defeat. In addition to the rebirth of the heavenly dragon sword, Xing Yuanchao was still able to hold his ground against Xing Yuanchao. Moreover, Jiang Chen's sword momentum changed again and again. With the support of the heavenly dragon sword, the power of limitless sword was getting stronger and stronger. The sword momentum was frightening and had thousands of changes. Limitless sword should be able to change again. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked, because he had already found the changes in his moves. The limitless sword was limitless. It was something that no one could predict. Jiang Chen's strongest technique should be the limitless sword, because his changes were too strong. Every strike of his sword was like the heavens and earth changing the style of the previous strike. This was the reason why the limitless sword was so powerful. Jiang Chen was neither happy nor sad. He fought and retreated at the same time. Although it looked like he was fleeing in a panic, Jiang Chen was actually looking for the changes in limitless sword. When the sword was unleashed, 10,000 swords would be broken. When 10,000 swords rose, one sword would end. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Step by step, he changed the ultimate form of the limitless sword. Under the 31st blade, he had to constantly break through and innovate in order to find a better sword momentum. 32nd blade. It was the extension of the limitless sword, and also the heavenly dragon sword's domineering aura. The two complemented each other to become stronger and stronger. 32nd blade. Changing the sky, true dragon soars to the heavens. Jiang Chen was suddenly enlightened. 32 swords was not only about sword momentum, but also the changes of the sword. Thousands of sword momentum could steal the sky and change the sun. This sword 32 was the limitless sword, and also the heavenly dragon sword. Ha ha ha, 32 swords, I am this piece, the sword is me, the sword is the 32 swords. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a sword, and the aura of a flying dragon swept across the sky. The heavenly dragon sword rose, and the limitless sword fell. He had mastered the 32 swords. In an instant, Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and rose into the air. Facing Xing Yuanchao's 9 primordial divine spear, his expression did not change at all. The determination of the 32 swords changed the sky and the earth, and as long as the sword existed, the person existed. Sword shadows filled the sky. Xing Yuanchao felt a huge pressure that shrouded his heart. At this moment, he was facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Chen's 32 swords had completely surpassed his understanding. Even his trump card was useless now. Sword shadows covered the sky. Not only was his attack broken, but the remaining power of the 32 swords was still there. Xing Yuanchao's face turned pale, and he was completely destroyed. Sword marks passed through his body, and Xing Yuanchao spurted out blood. His body trembled and he staggered backward. The spear in his hand had already been cut off, and it was riddled with wounds. It was not only him, but also the divine spear in his hand. Jiang Chen's sword shadows filled the sky. The 32 swords showed its magnificence again, and it opened everyone's eyes and made them tremble. At that moment, a tsunami-like sound was heard in Mount Dongqin. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had won this battle. At this moment, Xing Yuanchao no longer had the strength to fight. The 32 swords had pushed Jiang Chen's sword momentum to its peak. Even the heavenly dragon sword had shown its magnificence. At this moment, Jiang Chen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. But there was no doubt that he was the final winner. No one knew how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed, and how serious his injuries were. Only he knew. He was able to defeat Xing Yuanchao because he had comprehended the true meaning of the 32 swords during the battle. The limitless sword had indeed filled Jiang Chen's heart with fighting spirit. This sword had also brought hope to the entire Mount Dongqin. It was because of Jiang Chen's existence that they could see hope. Xing Yuanchao and Li Kuafu had both lost and fallen. Now, Mount Dongqin was invincible. Jiang Chen was standing at the top of the mountain, a supreme existence. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. His roars shook the mountain range, and the birds and beasts were frightened. This was the embodiment of strength, and this was domineering. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, and there was a touch of relief at the corner of his mouth. He had finally completed the final redemption. The 32 swords deserved the greatest credit. The heavenly dragon sword finally showed its magnificence. Xing Yuanchao's facial expression became uglier and uglier. He and Li Kuo-fu had become brothers in the same boat. He thought that he would be able to take down Jiang Qin after Li Kuo-fu was defeated, but he had still underestimated Jiang Qin. The shock that Jiang Qin brought to them was unbelievable. Little friend Jiang Qin is indeed unparalleled in the world. Ha ha ha, I've seen a true sword Dao Grandmaster today. One sword, 10,000 swords were broken. The limitless sword is at its peak. This is a true master. Chen Feng laughed. He learned a lot from this battle. He was ready. 100 years later, he could continue to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state. He was the one who had benefited the most from Jiang Chen's battle with them. Not only had he benefited from Mount Dongqin, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. That was something to be thankful for. Big brother Jiang Chen. Chen Lu was overjoyed. Now, Jiang Chen was the hero of the entire Mount Dongqin. No one dared to underestimate them anymore. From this moment on, Mount Dongqin didn't need to listen to Xingtian Mansion and the Kuo-fu race anymore. It was too late for Xing Yuanchao to regret. When Li Kuo-fu fought Jiang Qin, he shouldn't have intervened. Otherwise, how could he have lost? Everything was dictated by fate. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xing Yuanchao's heart was filled with despair. However, at the last moment, they didn't completely lose. Ha ha ha, let's see where you two can run to this time. Weren't you very cocky just now? Xing Yuanchao, you belong to Master Dog now, ah ha ha. Chapter 51:15. Mr. Yi. He was Xing Yuanchao's last hope. If Mr. Yi still did not make a move, then their attack this time would be a complete failure. If Mr. Yi had not passed on the biggest news to him, he would not have trained with the Kuo-fu clan to attack the Qin family. After all, Mount Dongqin had 100,000 years of heritage. It was not a place that ordinary people could fight. Up until now, he had no chance of winning at all. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance had disrupted all his plans. De Huang beat him up violently. Xing Yuanchao was in great pain. Just like Li Kuo-fu, he was beaten up by De Huang. How could a grandmaster endure this? However, he could not. Li Kuo-fu had already been beaten up by De Huang to the point that he could not fight back. Now, it was finally Xing Yuanchao's turn. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Not to mention Mr. Yi, even Mr. Pig can't save you today. De Huang's fist smashed down, causing Xing Yuanchao's expression to change. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This guy was really ruthless. Get lost, accompanied by a loud shout, a ray of light flickered above Xing Yuanchao's head and landed in front of him. At this moment, De Huang met it. The ray of light instantly attacked and directly hit De Huang. Be careful, De Huang. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. This person did not come with good intentions. This person's strength was probably 3 times stronger than Li Kuo-fu and Xing Yuanchao. Moreover, this time, he did not seem to show any mercy. He even wanted to kill De Huang in one blow. Fuck. Who the fuck are you? De Huang retreated quickly, but the ray of light was faster than De Huang and was about to hit him. Jiang Qin held the Buddha prison palace in his hand and directly pressed it on top of De Huang's head, blocking the attack. Clang! The light receded. De Huang was scared shitless. This guy was too ruthless. He didn't give him any face at all. Did he want to eat his dog meat? If it wasn't for little Chinzi's timely intervention, he might have really died here today. De Huang still had a lingering fear. That person was wearing a green robe and standing beside Xing Yuanchao. His long hair was tied behind his back. Although his face was skinny, no one could see his eyes clearly. It was black, blue, and deep purple. In short, it made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. This fellow is actually even stronger than Li Kuafu of the Xingyuan dynasty. Who exactly is he? Mr. Yi. It wasn't just Jiang Qin, even Chen Feng had never heard of this fellow before. Just who on earth was he? Who are you? Chen Feng asked in a deep voice. His expression was extremely unsightly. Because of his appearance, Mount Dongchen would once again face a crisis of life and death. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After defeating Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao, he had already used up 90% of his strength. Now that this fellow had appeared, it would undoubtedly cause Mount Dongchen to completely collapse. Although Chen Feng didn't want to believe it, he knew very well that this person was not simple. Very, very complicated. That innate nobility and dominance was displayed incisively and vividly. Most importantly, his strength was actually above Xing Yuanchao's. It seemed that the battle at Mount Dongchen was planned by him. If it wasn't for this Mr. Yi, perhaps their Mount Dongchen wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. Chen Badian also frowned. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He felt that this person was very familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him before. However, his aura was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe at all. It wasn't just Chen Badian. Everyone felt the same. The appearance of the green-robed man made everyone feel as if a haze had descended. It was as if the sky and earth had changed color, as if all things were sinking. His appearance was like the end of the world. This feeling didn't appear when they were facing Xing Yuanchao. Who is this person? Xing Yuanchao's mind was racing. However, he didn't know who on Tianqin Star had such great ability and power. Moreover, he was watching from the shadows and didn't actually make a move. Everything was a conspiracy, and it sent chills down one's spine. Don't you know who I am? Old thing. The green-robed man's eyes turned cold. The green veil in front of him disappeared. At that moment, Chen Baishan's expression was extremely unsightly. It's you. Chen Badian roared angrily. This person was none other than the murderer who killed his sister. Bastard! You damned bastard, how dare you come back? Chen Baishan's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Chen Lu was also shocked. She didn't know why her father would have such a huge reaction. Chen Fang's eyes also trembled slightly. Back then, you were seriously injured by me, but you still had the guts to come back. You've really impressed me. Chen Feng murmured. Now, you don't have the courage to do so, do you, old man? My power has reached the half-step cosmic cloud state. Ha ha ha. How is it? Isn't it shocking? This is all thanks to your daughter. If it wasn't for her, I might not have been able to break through now. I was indeed no match for you back then, but your daughter is my good friend. She sacrificed herself. I feel sorry for her. Pity, what a pity. Yi Tianan laughed. That sinister smile on his face caused the members of the Qin clan to be incomparably enraged. Chen Baishan's veins were bulging on his forehead. This bastard, not only did he kill his sister, he even dared to come to the Qin clan to show off his strength. At this moment, Chen Lu finally knew that this person was the one who caused her aunt's death. Why? Chen Lu's face was full of tears, but no one answered her. Half-step cosmic cloud state, Chen Feng's face was extremely gloomy. His hands were shaking. This guy was indeed out of everyone's expectations. He was also a peak level 9, but he beat him away. He didn't expect this guy to reach the half-step cosmic cloud state. This was too shocking. They didn't believe it, but the truth was right before their eyes. This was the best proof. Half-step cosmic cloud state shocked everyone here. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed this guy had planned this all along. He wanted to defeat the Qin family and make the Xingtian prefecture and Quafu race work for him. This was something that Qin Feng had never expected at all. He had thought that he would flee 100,000 miles away, but he had actually returned to Mount Dongqin so quickly. Furthermore, he had even plotted such a world-shaking scheme. He was the mastermind behind everything. You're indeed strong, but it's not worth it for the Qin family. The Qin family isn't easy to deal with. Yi Tiannan glanced at Jiang Qin and smiled. Chapter 51:16. Chen Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. This fellow was clearly here for the treasure of their Qin clan. Earlier, he had colluded with his daughter to trick her. His motive was clear as day. Chen Feng saw that Yi Badian wasn't a good person, so he rejected the marriage with his daughter. In the end, Yi Badian finally showed his fangs and was kicked out of Mount Dongqin. However, when he returned, he was already a half-step cosmic cloud state. This was something Chen Feng didn't expect. A half-cosmic cloud state was enough to dominate Dongqin Mountain. Even though Yi Tiannan had lost to Chen Feng in an extremely miserable manner earlier on, at this very moment, he could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as he was in the past. His appearance was not only the straw that broke the camel's back, but it also extinguished all hope of Mount Dongqin. Even the Quafu race and Xingtian manor were instigated by him. That's why they came to challenge Mount Dongqin. Yi Tiannan was the main culprit in this battle of life and death. But now, even if he knew Yi Tiannan's goal, what use would it be? They were no longer a match for Yi Tiannan. A half-step cosmic cloud state was unreachable to them. Chen Feng sighed. The Qin family couldn't escape the fate of annihilation. That bastard had long since made all the arrangements, and everything was under his control. To Mount Dongqin, the grievous news had finally arrived. It's him who killed my sister. Chen Badian gnashed his teeth, but he was powerless. Not to mention Yi Tiannan, even Xing Yuan Chao could crush him to death. If Yi Tiannan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. You will receive retribution sooner or later. Chen Badian roared. Retribution? Ha ha ha, since when did you start cultivating? You actually believe in retribution? In this world, in this eternal world, we cultivators are the eternal gods. We are the true controllers of fate. Things like retribution are just used to deceive children. He. Yi Tiannan looked at Chen Badian disdainfully. If you want to blame someone, blame your Qin clan for being so thick-headed. If you had handed over the item earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Your sister wouldn't have died, and neither would Mount Dongqin. Therefore, you brought this war upon yourselves, and the main culprit is you, and you. Yi Tiannan pointed at Chen Badian, Chen Feng, and the others as he laughed maniacally. At this time, Mount Dongqin had already turned into a river of blood. This was an irreversible fact. However, Chen Feng did not cower in the slightest. There were some things that he had to protect even if he had to die. This Yi Tiannan was not a good person. The Qin family's treasure must not fall into his hands. Even if I die, I won't let you get my Qin family's treasure. Chen Feng said with a dark expression. Old fart, let's see how long you can be cocky. I will kill everyone in your Qin family and search through your memory. I don't believe I can't find the treasure. Yi Tiannan's eyes were cold and disdainful, looking at everyone with disdain. That kind of cold and domineering aura caused countless people to suffocate. The people of Mount Dongqin didn't expect that even Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to pull them back from the brink of death. Jiang Chen had tried his best. Two peak star states were defeated by him, but this Yi Tiannan came out of nowhere and crushed everyone with his half-step cosmic cloud state power. This wasn't a realm Jiang Qin could reach. Auntie, why did you fall in love with such a scum? Our people are going to die in his hands. Soon, I will come to see you too. Chen Lu murmured. Now that things had come to this point, and Jiang Qin was severely injured, no one could change anything. The Qin family was destined to be destroyed. Die. All of you will become wandering ghosts. All members of the Qin family must die. Yi Tiannan's roar was like thunder, shocking the world. It spread to every corner of Mount East Qin, and there were even people who died from the shock. Chen Feng closed his eyes. Death was coming. Any futile struggle would be useless. However, he was prepared. He would rather die than tell anyone about the Qin family's treasure. Die fearlessly. Die fearlessly. The people of the Qin clan continued to roar in anger. Tens of thousands of them were in high spirits. They were fearless in the face of death. That was their glory and glory. The Qin family would never back down. Okay, I will fulfill your wish. Yi Tiannan said Leng Leng. Then, you will have to get through me first. Jiang Chen's voice appeared behind Yi Tiannan. Yi Tiannan tilted his head and smiled. At this time, Jiang Qin still dared to rush forward. Wasn't he courting death? I could have killed you last, but I didn't expect you to stick your neck out first. I really don't know if I should say you're smart or stupid. You're willing to risk your life for the Qin family. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to do so. Yi Tiannan said disdainfully. It's important to know one's own limits. However, it's obvious that you're someone who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. What a joke. Ha ha ha. In Yi Tiannan's eyes, Jiang Qin was a fool. For the sake of Qin family, Jiang Qin was willing to pay any price and send himself into the abyss. He was supposed to be a hero of the generation, where not even two peak star realm experts were a match for him. But this time, he met Yi Tiannan. Although I, Jiang Qin, am not a great hero, I will not back down since the final battle has come to this. There must be a result regardless of victory or defeat. The people of the Qin family are innocent. You are a merciless executioner who slaughters innocent people. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Jiang Qin said coldly. Jiang Chen's face was filled with hatred. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Even in the face of a half-step cosmic cloud state, he could still act like he was taking a stroll in the park. He wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. This was Jiang Qin. He had been through countless battles, but he never had the slightest thought of retreating. No matter the time, faith was the most important. Faith could change the world and reshape the stars. Jiang Qin had no obligation, but he had the responsibility to protect this world. Chen Lu was secondary. He couldn't watch the millions of lives on Mount Dong Qin get slaughtered by this guy. Such righteousness. I like it. Pity, you're only fit to be a lonely ghost. No one can stop me. Those who do will die. Chapter 51:17. Swords were drawn, the battle was imminent. Jiang Qin also drew his sword again, fusing with the heavenly dragon sword and pointing it at Yi Tiannan. This battle, there must be a victor. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp, staring straight at Yi Tiannan. Both sides' auras were surging, waiting for the final battle. Little friend Jiang Qin, I know you are broad-minded, but why do you have to do this? Chen Feng sighed. He no longer had any hope. Even if Jiang Qin struggled, his fate would be the same in the end. Jiang Qin, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, actually wanted to fight Yi Tiannan. Even he felt that Jiang Qin was an ant trying to shake a tree. It was an unimaginable battle, and he might die miserably. Little friend Jiang Qin, our Qin clan owes you. Chen Badian also covered his face and cried. This was the most dangerous moment, no one could stay out of it. Chen Lu stared at the broad figure, her heart intoxicated. Once upon a time, she dreamed of him day and night. Once upon a time, she thought she'd never see big brother Jiang Qin again. But today, his figure was as imposing as a mountain, standing at the peak of Mount East Qin, shielding the Qin family from the wind and rain. At that moment, Chen Lu knew that even if she died, she would have no regrets. To be able to die together with big brother Jiang Qin, it was her honor and her glory. Although she did not know big brother Jiang Qin's feelings, she would not let him down. Even if death was in front of her, so what? As long as you are here, the sky is clear. Since you insist, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you know what a true expert is. Star level 8, ha ha ha, you are really making me feel more and more amused. Yi Tianan laughed loudly. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was like an ant. Not to mention his current state, even if he was at his peak, he could kill Jiang Qin easily. At this time, it could only be said that he was digging his own grave. Kill! He pulled out his sword and soared into the sky. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky, cutting through the blue dome of heaven. The shadow of the sword was like frost, crisscrossing. Heaven and earth seemed to be spinning. The sky dragon sword once again rose to the sky and battled with Yi Tianan. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Scram! Yi Tianan struck out with his palm, sending lightning bolts flying in all directions. He didn't use any fancy techniques, but rather, a single palm strike caused the lightning clouds in the 9 heavens to tremble, and the entire Mount East Qin to rumble with deafening thunder. The palm wind was sharp, and it brought with it the power to destroy heaven and earth as it smashed down from the sky. Jiang Qin's sword broke through the palm print, but he was also knocked back by the remaining force. His face turned pale, and blood spurted out from his mouth. So powerful! Jiang Qin's heart was filled with waves of shock. It was truly difficult to resist. Yi Tianan's palm strike just now was nothing more than a casual strike, but he never expected it to be so destructive. The pressure it brought to him was indescribable. A single palm strike could destroy the world. A single palm strike could shake the 9 heavens. This was the power of a cosmic cloud state. Jiang Qin felt his blood boiling. On one hand, he was shocked by Yi Tianan's power, but on the other hand, he was shocked by the power of a cosmic cloud state. Although he had just reached the half-step cosmic cloud state, the difference between him and the star state was like heaven and earth. This kind of strength made Jiang Qin feel like he was about to shrink back. The pressure was unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin wasn't someone who would give up easily. As long as he still had one breath left, he wouldn't have the slightest thought of giving up. This was Jiang Qin. Facing the domineering Yi Tianan, Jiang Qin could only give up everything and fight with his life on the line. Die! Yi Tianan approached again, and Jiang Qin could only passively take the beating. Bang! Bang! The continuous heavy punches made Jiang Qin feel extremely shaken, as if there was a huge mountain on top of his head, making it hard for him to breathe. Each punch was enough to shatter the void. The heavenly dragon sword was crackling. Jiang Qin kept retreating. His situation was very worrying. Everyone watched this scene. Jiang Qin was too passive. He couldn't fight back at all. The power of the heavenly dragon sword barely blocked Yi Tianan's heavy punches, but in the long run, Jiang Qin would be exhausted. His situation would only get worse. No one knew better than Jiang Qin what it felt like to face the suppression of a half-step cosmic cloud state. Each move, each stance, he didn't want to make the slightest mistake. With each sword, Jiang Qin gave it his all, fearing that he would fail and be killed by Yi Tiannan's punch. The dragon transformation was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't block the pressure of the punches. If it wasn't for the dragon transformation, he would have been defeated long ago. It was because of the dragon transformation that he was so confident. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into meat paste by Yi Tiannan. Jiang Qin kept retreating. He was deeply trapped and couldn't continue. Now, he finally understood that a half-step cosmic cloud state was still a cosmic cloud state. No matter how strong a star state was, it was still a star state. The difference in power was vividly displayed at this moment. Damn it, I'll fight. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could only use the Shura sword formation. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the sky, and the world changed colors. The 36 peerless swords followed closely behind, forming the heavenly dipper formation. Jiang Qin could easily set up the Shura sword formation now. He didn't need any preparation at all. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, the 36 grade 8 combat weapons were even more earth-shattering. This scene shocked countless people. So many peerless swords. Yeah, don't tell me all of them are grade 7 combat weapons. Grade 7. Open your eyes and take a good look. These are fucking grade 8 combat weapons. Oh my god. Are you for real? Grade 8 combat weapons. How is that possible? A sword formation formed by so many grade 8 combat weapons. How powerful is that? The entire Mount Dongqin was in a state of shock. So many grade 8 combat weapons were dazzling. Even Li Kuafu, Xing Yuanchao, and the others' eyes were shining. Grade 8 combat weapons, and there were so many of them. Wasn't this guy too extravagant? So many grade 8 combat weapons. How is this guy so rich? Damn it. Xing Yuanchao's eyes were burning with passion. If he gave them to Jiang Qin, it would definitely increase the strength of him and the entire Xingtian prefecture. These were treasures that could only be encountered by luck. A single divine weapon was priceless, and Jiang Qin actually had so many. This was too unbelievable. I'm afraid these treasures are not simple. Being able to defeat you and me is enough to prove that this guy is powerful enough. However, if he wants to arm wrestle with Mr. Yi, I think he should just forget about it. Cough cough. With Jiang Qin's strength, he originally thought that Yi Tiannan would easily crush him, but they were still in a stalemate. Moreover, Yi Tiannan's strength was really beyond everyone's expectations. Little friend Jiang Qin, how many trump cards does he have? This sword formation is too terrifying, isn't it? It's hard to imagine how terrifying a sword formation composed of so many peerless divine weapons is. Chen Feng shook his head. There was only shock and horror left in his eyes. Jiang Qin's strength had shown them what it meant to be a real big shot. Jiang Qin did not fear a half-step nebula expert because he had a trump card. But this formation alone was worrying. Once the sword formation was formed, could it really control Yi Tiannan? Father, little friend Jiang Qin's sword formation is too powerful. We all underestimated him. Chen Badian said excitedly. Hope reignited in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Qin was fearless. He charged to the peak of the sky and set up the formation. A star state at the 8th level fighting a half-step cosmic cloud state. There had never been such a battle in history. As soon as the sword formation was activated, Yi Tiannan's expression became serious. Terrifying sword rays brushed past him, especially the heavenly dragon sword rays. Even a half-step nebula state like him didn't dare to underestimate it. This Jiang Qin is too insane. Luckily, we didn't risk our lives against him before. Li Kuafu said. If we did, we wouldn't need this Azura sword formation to kill you. Xing Yuanchao smiled. You dash, Li Kuafu was speechless. He glared at Xing Yuanchao, but what he said was the truth. Jiang Chen really didn't need the Azura sword formation to kill the two of them. This sword formation caused them to tremble in fear. It made them feel the threat of death. This fellow had truly concealed his strength too deeply. Most importantly, he was only a star state at the 8th level, but his combat power was on par with a half-step cosmic cloud state. Who could handle this? Yi Tianan was also very careful against the Azura sword formation. He kept punching and crushing the incoming sword shadows. The scene was very explosive. Both sides were evenly matched. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. However, only Jiang Chen knew that he didn't have any means to maintain the Ashura sword formation any longer. There was a limit to how long the Ashura sword formation could last. No matter how hard he struggled, he could only last for 50 breaths of time. After that, the Ashura sword formation would collapse by itself. Jiang Chen knew this, but he had no other choice. The stronger the Azura sword formation was, the more energy it consumed. It was almost impossible for him to completely control the Azura sword formation. It was impossible to control it freely and last for so long. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, trying his best to hold on. Yi Tianan was doing the same as well. The pressure he was facing was the Ashura sword formation's afterimages. However, he still tried to break through the formation, but failed a few times. Hence, he was being extremely cautious. The Azura sword formation automatically formed a powerful net of attacks. There were countless sword shadows. He couldn't break through it all. This guy has such a powerful means. Damn it! Yi Tianan gritted his teeth, but he didn't show his emotions. He continued to resist the Azura sword formation. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was the first to show signs of fatigue. 50 seconds wasn't enough to completely seal Yi Tianan. His Azura sword formation collapsed on its own. Piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Yi Tianan punched again and again. The world kept shaking. The Azura sword formation gradually lost its initial sharpness. Bang! In an instant, the world spun around him. A terrifying pressure came crashing down on him. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. All of his divine swords were defeated in an instant. He was also sent flying backwards by the shockwave that Yi Tianan had created. The Azura sword formation was broken. Another round of exclamations sounded on Mount Dongqin. He broke the formation. A half-step cosmic cloud state is indeed stronger. Yeah, it seems Jiang Chen still can't seal Yi Tianan. What a pity. In the end, we're still going to be controlled by fate. The world is going to change, and Mount Dongqin is going to fall. Chapter 51:19. Jiang Chen spat blood again. His face was extremely yellow. This time, his body had reached its limit. He didn't have the power to hold on anymore. The Shura sword formation was defeated. Yi Tianan, who was a half-step cosmic cloud state, was like an insurmountable chasm. You're still too weak. Yi Tianan pointed straight at Jiang Chen, the ridicule in his eyes overflowing. Jiang Chen struggled to get up. His eyes were extremely cold and firm. He was like a mountain that no one could push down. What? You still don't want to admit defeat? Your sword has already fallen, and your body is already at the end of its tether. Do you still want to engage in a fearless struggle? Yi Tianan smiled. His eyes were cold and contemptuous. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown, a piece of trash who wanted to change his fate. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to do so. If you want to become a superhero who can save the world, your power isn't enough. In my eyes, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. There was a reason for Yi Tiannan's coldness and contempt. He was powerful enough to ignore everyone. Now, Dongchen Mountain is beneath my feet. Whoever I want to die will die. Ha ha ha. Yi Tiannan laughed hysterically. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down at all the weak. He was the one and only existence on the peak. The power of a powerful being shocked the world. Yi Tiannan's existence was a nightmare for Dongchen Mountain. Chen Feng had completely lost his faith. He struggled again and again, but in the end, he couldn't stop his fate. Perhaps, the Qin family was really going to be annihilated. I haven't fallen yet. If you want to destroy Dongchen Mountain, you'll have to step over my body. Jiang Qin raised his head and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of playfulness. You? Ha ha ha, stop joking. You're about to die. It seems I need to shut you up. Yi Tiannan said with a cold smile, his eyes growing darker and darker. This Jiang Qin, did he really think he was someone to be trifled with? It would be too easy for him to kill him now. You can try. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Their gazes intersected, and in an instant, his innate astral soul was released from his sea of consciousness. Die! Lowly bastard! Yi Tiannan laughed coldly. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a thunderous palm strike. The power of the universe only lasted for an instant. Heavenly raising hand. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he stepped onto the heaven-ascending stairway, starting his final attempt. The speed of the sky-ascending stairway was incomparably fast. It helped Jiang Chen travel through the sky and completely evade the attack of the heavenly raising hand. However, Jiang Chen had underestimated Yi Tiannan. The heavenly raising hand reversed and pressed down again. Exploding heavenly stars, dragon transformation. Jiang Chen roared in anger. He had no way to evade and could only take it head-on. However, this palm strike caused the sky and earth to spin. As it pressed down, Jiang Chen had no way to escape. Even the heaven-ascending stairway was restricted because his current strength was too weak. Explode for me, one thought to heaven. Jiang Chen roared as he rushed to the peak of the clouds, meeting the heavenly raising hand head-on. However, as expected, he was suppressed by Yi Tiannan's palm strike. He had no way to retaliate and was sent flying, crashing into a mountain ridge. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's divine will art also erupted. The power of his fourth-grade astral soul was instantly unleashed, sweeping across the horizon. In an instant, Yi Tiannan's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked. This terrifying innate astral soul. How was this possible? There was no need to doubt the strength of the divine will art. It directly enveloped Yi Tiannan, causing him to have no way to retaliate. The pressure from the innate astral soul caused Yi Tiannan's head to ache. His expression was extremely unsightly. Ah, impossible! Yi Tiannan roared, but he was still heavily injured by the divine will art. The terrifying power of the innate astral soul filled the sky. At this moment, Yi Tiannan had suffered unprecedented injuries. PFFF, Yi Tiannan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Yi Tiannan's expression was incomparably solemn. He stood in the air, his mind racing. He was incomparably anxious. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at Jiang Chen. Wasn't this fellow a little too monstrous? That terrifying astral soul almost sent him away. If it wasn't for the difference in strength between him and Jiang Chen, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was in a dangerous situation, he would have been dead by now. Yi Tiannan's eyes were filled with horror. This guy really taught him a lesson. He almost failed miserably. Not only Yi Tiannan, but everyone was also shocked. Yi Tiannan, who was at the half-step cosmic cloud state, was actually repelled by Jiang Qin, and it seemed that his injuries weren't light either. How could this be? Chen Baishan's face was grim as he looked at his father in bewilderment. It's the power of the natal astral soul. I didn't expect that little friend Jiang Qin has already broken through his natal astral soul. This is truly rare. Chen Feng said. What? He broke through his natal astral soul. Chen Baishan's face was filled with shock. Even his father had yet to break through to the next level of his innate astral soul. Jiang Qin was simply too monstrous, he had given them too many surprises. There are too many secrets on him. Perhaps what we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. This Jiang Qin isn't simple. Chen Feng murmured. Such an exciting battle caused even him to be overwhelmed with emotions. He had never seen such a thrilling battle in so many years. No matter who won or lost, Jiang Qin and Yi Tiannan were locked in battle, causing many to sigh with emotion. Now, even a half-step cosmic cloud state was defeated by him. Who could have imagined this? There was a mountain higher than the one before it. However, Jiang Qin knew that his strength had reached its limit. Now, everyone was waiting silently. No one dared to make a sound. Even Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao swallowed their saliva, their faces were pale. They knew that it was the energy of the star soul that made Yi Tiannan suffer a loss. Your astral soul is indeed strong, but you want to kill me. Don't you think you're too naive? Even if you can heavily injure me, it's impossible for you to kill me. Yi Tiannan sneered. I have to admit that your power is indeed terrifying. You've given me too many surprises. But today, you must die. No one can save you. I want to see what other trump cards you have. If you don't, then die. Chapter 51:20. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably nervous. The limitless sword continuously slashed out with a resolute aura as it soared into the sky. On the other side, the power of his star spirits poured out in full force, sweeping across the sky and colliding with Yi Tiannan. Heaven in one thought. To me, killing you is heaven. Yi Tiannan roared, spear-like piercing through the air. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he headed straight for Jiang Qin. In the face of the overwhelming power of his star spirits, Yi Tiannan's body trembled. He used his own star spirit power to resist, going all out in order to deal a fatal blow to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also incomparably cautious. This was his only chance, and he absolutely could not let it go. The power of the spirit will art was unstoppable, but after all, Jiang Qin was too weak. Moreover, Yi Tiannan's strength far surpassed his. The spirit will art spread out in all directions, enveloping Yi Tiannan's head and making it difficult for him to breathe. But the halberd still charged forward without any hesitation. Jiang Qin punched out to meet the halberd, but was forced back several hundred steps. Blood spurted out from his mouth. The situation was worrying. Countless people cried out in alarm as Mount Dongchen rose once again. Pfft! At the same time, to everyone's surprise, Yi Tiannan's expression also changed slightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Although it was only a few steps, it was enough to affect everyone's heart. What a powerful star spirit power! Chen Feng mumbled. Yi Tiannan's eyes burned with excitement as he tightly clenched the halberd in his hand. The shock in his eyes was unimaginable. Although everyone present could feel the pressure that filled the sky, Yi Tiannan was the most directly affected. The pressure had almost completely shattered his spirit. If it were Li Kuafu and the others, they would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Even if they did not die, they would be crippled and lose all battle strength. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, while the spectacle grew increasingly grand. A grave look filled Jiang Chen's eyes, while the Genesis Qi in his body was almost completely exhausted. Although he had eaten a few more small rejuvenation pills, they were clearly no longer as effective as before. However, at this moment, Yi Tiannan still hadn't been defeated. He walked forward step by step. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. This was a battle to the death. Yi Tiannan's strength was just too strong. If Jiang Chen was at his peak, he might be able to hold on for a long time, but he was already at the end of his rope. The deadly battle with Li Kuafu and Xing Yuan Chao had consumed too much of his strength. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen's strength was, he didn't have the strength to fight back after going through a series of attacks. Everyone on Mount Dongchen understood that Jiang Chen had already done his best. If not for Yi Tiannan's sudden appearance, Mount Dongchen might have already been saved. But now, Jiang Chen's chances of survival were very slim. There was no longer any hope for them. You should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. However, you won't have the chance this time. You're still too inexperienced to oppose me. I have to say that you're indeed very strong, but unfortunately, I'm even stronger. Yi Tiannan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The divine halberd in his hand was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. At this moment, no one could compete with him. He was the god that controlled the lives of everyone on Mount Dongchen. No one could disobey him, and no one could change his will. Little Chenzi, mumbled De Huang. This time, Jiang Chen really couldn't stand up anymore. His face was so yellow, and his eyes were so determined. De Huang knew that Jiang Chen had been fighting with his life. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as surrender. Unless you can step over my dead body, no one can make me lower my head. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up with his sword. Stubborn fool, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. After all, you're a worthy opponent. It seems that I thought too much. You really don't deserve it. Yi Tiannan sneered. Remember, you're just a trash level 8 star state. I'm a half-step cosmic cloud state. Even half-step cosmic cloud state isn't something trash like you can shake. You're asking to die. In Yi Tiannan's eyes, Jiang Chen was just a fool. It was too easy for him to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen made him lose face today. He couldn't accept this. The prestige of a cosmic cloud state must make everyone tremble in fear. Today was supposed to be a grand feast of slaughter. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's appearance had turned the tables on Mount Dongchen. Even the Kuafu clan and Xingtian manor that he had supported with great efforts had fallen. It was all because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have needed to do anything and he wouldn't have been injured. This was his first battle after becoming a half-step cosmic cloud state. He didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent like Jiang Chen. With the divine halberd in his hand, Yi Tiannan soared into the sky and leapt towards Jiang Chen. This time, he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Then, I'll send you to heaven. No one can punish me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen roared like a dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. This was the final battle, a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen wouldn't retreat. There were millions of lives behind him. In his heart, justice existed forever. This was the final attack. His star-seizing hand could finally be used. This was Jiang Chen's final trump card. If even the star-seizing hand couldn't deal with Yi Tiannan, perhaps he would be finished in this battle. With his defeat, countless people would fall and turn to ashes. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy. The star energy in his body was unleashed, covering his entire body. His terrifying aura overpowered the heavens and earth. At this moment, the entire Mount Dongqin was shaking. It was unbelievable. Divine halberd chaos, space vanish. Yi Tianan waved the divine halberd in his hand, trying his best to kill Jiang Qin without leaving any trace. At this moment, the divine halberd fell down, causing the heavens and earth to change, as if doomsday had arrived. The entire Mount Dongqin was shaking. Star-seizing hand. Jiang Chen's eyes were like arrows. All of his astral force surged out. This was the final attack. Victory or defeat depended on this. A blue palm descended from the sky, almost blocking all of Yi Tiannan's escape routes. At that moment, even the divine halberd in Yi Tiannan's hand grew heavier and heavier, to the point where it was difficult to move. The terrifying divine halberd was directly crushed by the blue palm in the sky, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 51-21. Such a terrifying palm. What means is this? I've never heard of it before. Chen Baishan's face was filled with seriousness as he looked at his father. However, at this moment, even Qin Feng's heart was incomparably gloomy. Jiang Chen's technique was like a heavenly god, unstoppable. It was something that he had never seen before in his life. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state would have to avoid such power. The arrogant Yi Tianan had a shocked expression on his face at this moment. He never thought that Jiang Qin, who was at the end of his rope, would still be able to unleash such a terrifying strength. There was no way he could dodge this attack. The star-picking palm streaked across the sky like a rainbow. The azure blue palm looked like it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Yi Tianan was completely stunned when he saw the palm falling from the sky. Plus, his divine halberd was crushed by Jiang Qin. He couldn't believe what just happened. A person like this is destined to be a true dragon above the 9 heavens. He can control the sun and moon and pluck the stars. He's too powerful. It seems our Chen family can only look at his back. Chen Feng was terrified. Luckily, Jiang Qin fought Yi Tianan at the last moment and won by half a point. That's how they managed to protect Mount Dongqin and the millions of lives. At this moment, Yi Tiannan's face was pale. He couldn't breathe under the pressure of Jiang Chen's huge palm. He was trembling and spitting out blood. His body felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. He couldn't move at all. This was what made him feel the most despair. No matter how capable he was, he would not be able to hide from the invisible suppression of the palm. Although Yi Tianan didn't believe it from the beginning, it was also because of this that he was completely defeated by Jiang Qin. Yi Tianan retreated. There was only fear and despair left in his eyes. This scene changed the color of the world. No one made a sound. Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao glanced at each other. Even an idiot could tell that Mr. Yi lost miserably. Jiang Qin used half his body to defeat Mr. Yi, a half-step cosmic cloud state. This scene was shocking, but it was more unbelievable. The moment Jiang Qin crushed the divine halberd, he had already taught everyone a lesson. This fella must not be made an enemy of. Only when one reached Jiang Chen's level of strength could he truly be unparalleled. Most importantly, he was only a level 8 star state. This was the most terrifying thing. Fighting someone of a higher level, and on top of that, they were on 2 completely different levels. This kind of disparity was not something that could be explained with just a few words. However, Jiang Chen had actually pushed Yi Tianan back. Yi Tiannan's body was trembling. If that palm just now was just a little bit stronger, his body would have been crushed by it. Shock. Fear. These thoughts filled Yi Tiannan's mind. He stared at Jiang Qin with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, he didn't dare attack anymore. To be exact, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen had always looked weak, but he had made mistakes time and time again. If he failed again at this moment, he would die here. A half-step cosmic cloud state died in the hands of a star state level 8 star state. People would laugh their heads off if this got out. Hence, Yi Tianan wanted to run. If he didn't run now, when would he? Although he wasn't sure if Jiang Chen could release a second attack, Yi Tianan didn't dare to take the risk. While he still had the ability to run, he had to preserve his power. Otherwise, he would die miserably. Yi Tianan clenched his fists tightly. His face was solemn and filled with unwillingness. Where there's life, there's hope. If he was really killed by Jiang Chen here, he would never be able to make a comeback. The mountains don't change. Let's wait and see. Yi Tianan snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and quickly retreated, turning into a beam of light that disappeared into the horizon. Not many people could catch up to a half-step cosmic cloud state. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't have the power to fight anymore. Even the old and weak could defeat him with one punch. Before the people of Mount Dongqin could react, Li Kuafu and Xing Yuanchao were already prepared. If they didn't run now, were they going to wait to be beaten to death? How many trump cards did this Jiang Chen have? They didn't dare to bet. Even Mr. Yi had run away, so what were they doing here? Today's battle was caused by evil people. Brother Qin, goodbye. Xing Yuanchao quickly left Mount Dongqin with his men. They didn't plan to stay at all. When Li Kuafu summoned his elders, he found that all of them had died in the hands of De Huang. That guy was too despicable. Li Kuafu's heart was filled with sorrow. He could only retreat quickly by himself. Like a tide, he came quickly and left quickly. At this moment, the Qin clan members roared in excitement. Many of them were crying tears of joy. Even Qin Lu was crying. She thought that the Qin family was hopeless, but big brother Jiang Qin was this heaven-defying. He really chased away a half-step cosmic cloud state. The Xingtian prefecture and the Kuafu family were like stray dogs. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly fled. This scene touched Mount Dongqin. A million beings knelt before Jiang Qin. This scene made Jiang Qin speechless. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Thank you, Savior. Chen Badian roared and led the people of Mount Dongqin to cheer for Jiang Qin. Thank you, Savior, for saving our lives. Mount Dongqin will never be able to repay you. We will worship you for generations to come. A tsunami of voices appeared in the sky. Jiang Qin was very happy. He risked his life to save 1,000,000 people. His efforts didn't go to waste. Little Chenzi, good job. Ha ha ha, you worried me to death. I thought you were really going to die. De Huang smiled, but he was worried about Jiang Qin. He just didn't want to say it out loud. Rise, all of you. The hope of Mount Dongqin is also my hope. If I can see everyone living well, I'll be perfectly content. Jiang Qin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. When he looked at Qin Lu, she also smiled. Her eyes were filled with joy, nervousness, admiration, excitement, and anxiety. Jiang Qin smiled, but his body couldn't hold on anymore. He fell to the ground. Brother Jiang Qin. Chapter 51-22. When Jiang Qin woke up, he found himself lying on a very beautiful embroidered bed, surrounded by wind chimes and paper kites. The room was filled with pink flowers, looking very cute. Jiang Qin rubbed his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. How long have I been unconscious? You're awake. Big brother Jiang Qin. Chen Lu's face was filled with surprise. Holding a bowl of bird's nest porridge, she hurriedly trotted over. How long have I been asleep? Jiang Chen asked. About 3 months. Chen Lu said. Sigh, it seems that the consumption this time is too great. I almost died on the spot. Jiang Chen smiled. Oh right, where's De Huang? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. De Huang didn't appear by his side at this time. This shouldn't be the case. Brother De Huang has already left. He waited for you for 7 days, but you still haven't woken up. So he left first, but before he left a letter for you. Chen Lu handed the letter in her hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart was very solemn as he hurriedly took the letter. Brother Jiang Chen, Long Yang has been dreaming recently. He dreamt of the 9 heavens female empress of the immortal world. Suddenly hearing the news, I had no choice but to do it. I hope brother doesn't worry about it. Jiang Chen clutched the letter tightly. De Huang had never been this serious. This meant that he must have encountered trouble. When he woke up, Jiang Chen felt that De Huang was hiding something from him. Sure enough, De Huang always had something on his mind. After waiting for him for 7 days and 7 nights, he finally couldn't wait anymore and decided to search for his dream. No matter where De Huang was, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't be at ease with him. This boundless everlasting world was too vast. Their power was far from enough. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state master almost died. Hence, Jiang Chen must quickly increase his power. With De Huang's personality, he wouldn't be someone who would suffer losses no matter where he went. This was why Jiang Chen was worried. This guy really has something on his mind. Jiang Chen sighed. But since things had come to this point, and Big Yellow had left, it was better for him to consider where he should go next. Big Yellow and Dragon Shersan were no longer by his side. Jiang Chen felt that his heart was empty. Originally, he came here to look for his son, Jiang Feng, but now that his 2 brothers had disappeared, the burden on his shoulders became heavier. She would definitely become his burden, which made Chen Lu extremely depressed. In the Qin clan's main hall, Chen Feng sat on the main seat. Beside him were 9 great elders. They were all predecessors of the Qin clan. Some of them were even higher in seniority than him. It was just that their strength was slightly weaker. However, these people were the mainstay of the Qin clan. At this moment, Chen Batian and a dozen juniors could only stand far away at the entrance. There seems to be some unusual movements in the Qin clan's ancestral hall. The 9 ancestor Qin statues have also become restless. Could it be that the ancestor of the Qin clan has given us some instructions? An elder said suspiciously, voicing out the doubts in everyone's hearts. It's hard to say. However, the ancestor Qin statues are the ancestors that we have always worshipped. The ancestors definitely don't have any ill intentions towards us juniors. That's true. However, the ancestral worship ceremony that we hold once every 500 years will be held in 2 days. It seems like we have to make proper preparations this time. The ancestral worship ceremony is of the utmost importance. We can't be careless. Patriarch, I'm afraid we'll have to make some arrangements this time. It's all thanks to the blessings of the ancestors that our Dongchen mountain was able to survive. The elders spoke one after another. In my opinion, we should keep our ancestral worship ceremony simple. It's better if it doesn't attract too much attention. Isn't the Yi Tianan here for the treasure of our Qin clan? That's right. The treasure of our Qin clan's ancestral hall is one of a kind. We can't let anyone know about it. Now that Yi Tianan already knows about it, it's even harder to say for others. What do you think, Patriarch? Everyone's gazes looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng was extremely cautious in his heart. The Qin family's treasure had always been a secret. Other than him and the 9 great elders, no one else knew about it. His daughter had unintentionally found out about the Qin family's treasure, and it had reached Yi Tiannan's ears, causing evil thoughts to grow in that fellow's heart. This had nearly caused a calamity to befall Mount Dongqin. Let's keep everything simple. The ancestral worship ceremony this time is no small matter. In order to prevent anyone from making a comeback, we must be prepared 120%. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 51-23. 3 days later, at the Qin family ancestral shrine. Jiang Qin followed Qin Lu and arrived at a secluded part of Mount Dongqin. There were a lot of guards in the surroundings. It seemed like this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems there's an unspeakable secret in the Qin family ancestral shrine. That Yi Tiannan probably came for your treasure. I'm curious, just what kind of treasure does the Qin family have that even a half-step cosmic cloud state would want? Jiang Qin said with a smile and looked at Qin Lu. I don't know either. Only my grandfather and the elders seem to know about it. Even my father just found out about it. Chen Lu said. Little friend Jiang Qin, don't tell me you're also coveting our Qin family's treasure. At this time, Chen Badian appeared beside Jiang Qin. You must be joking, senior. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled. Then why don't you marry into our Qin family? Perhaps you'll have the right to our treasure too. Jiang Qin was stunned by Qin Beixian's words, but Chen Lu's face instantly turned red. Father, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Little friend Jiang Qin, you're the great benefactor of my Qin family. Without you, Mount Dongqin would have been long gone. Furthermore, you're so powerful that I don't deserve the title of senior. Don't call me that anymore. Just call me Chen Badian. Chen Badian said. I'm of the same generation as Chen Lu. You can afford to call me senior. Jiang Qin smiled. Chen Badian was very fond of Jiang Qin. How could he not see his daughter's thoughts? If his daughter could be with Jiang Qin, it would be a match made in heaven. However, it seemed that Jiang Qin had ulterior motives. He didn't plan to do anything with Chen Lu at all. He even planned to leave planet Tianqin. This made Chen Badian a little disappointed. Let's go. It's our honor to have Jiang Qin participate in our Qin family's ancestral worship ceremony. Everyone in Mount Dongqin is grateful to you. Chen Badian walked in front and quickly entered the mountain. Big brother Jiang Qin, don't think too much about it. My father just likes to joke around, and he doesn't think twice about it. Chen Lu stuck out her tongue. Her pretty face was flushed red, making her look extremely cute. It's fine, I know. Jiang Qin nodded his head. However, Chen Lu didn't feel good in her heart. She was deeply in love with Jiang Qin, but their fates were shallow. Maybe in the future, after this ancestral worship ceremony, the two of them would be separated. It was unknown if they would meet again in the future. Jiang Qin followed the Qin clan. There were over 1,000 of them as they entered the mountain. The mountain was extremely spacious. The entire mountain seemed to have been hollowed out. The moment they entered, they saw 4 words, Qin clan's ancestral shrine. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel bewildered. This Qin clan's ancestral shrine gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. This place seemed to be a terrifying place of refinement, extremely tyrannical. If only De Huang was here. He would definitely be able to see through this place. Jiang Qin tried to use his natal astral soul to cover it, wanting to find out more about it. However, his natal astral soul was blocked outside. There was no way for him to find out what the ancestral shrine looked like, and what kind of existences resided inside. There were a total of 9 ancestral shrines. This caused Jiang Qin to be surprised. In the Qin clan's ancestral shrine, there were 9 ancestors. The Qin clan's first ancestor, second ancestor, third ancestor, all the way to the 9th ancestor. Every ancestor had their own ancestral shrine. Logically speaking, if it was like this, the clan should have split up long ago. However, this was the first time he saw 9 ancestral shrines side by side. The surroundings were extremely spacious, able to accommodate over 10,000 people. Although 1,000 people wasn't a small number, it was nothing compared to this place. Chen Feng led the way. The 9 people around him had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, Jiang Qin was looking at this scene with interest. Ancestors of the Qin clan, Mount Dong Qin has encountered a great calamity. Fortunately, little friend Jiang Qin is here to rescue our Mount Dong Qin from danger. If not, the calamity of Mount Dong Qin would definitely lead to our annihilation. Fortunately, we're still alive today. Hence, we're here to pay our respects to our ancestors. Chen Feng's expression was solemn as he stared at the 9 great halls. His heart was filled with reverence. First bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may the weather be favorable. Second bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may our ancestors protect us forever. Third bow. Pay respects to our ancestors, may our voices resound. Chen Feng was the first to kneel down. Following him, the rest of the Qin clan followed suit and kowtowed heavily. 3 bows, 3 kowtows. At this moment, Jiang Qin saw that all the ancestral statues in the Qin clan seemed to have become extremely lifelike. Some of them even opened their eyes. Jiang Qin shook his head. He initially thought that he had seen wrongly. However, he discovered that it was indeed true. All 9 ancestors of the Qin clan had opened their eyes. There seems to be something strange about this Qin clan's ancestral hall. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. When he looked at Chen Lu and the others, he found that their faces were filled with sincerity. When he looked at the 9 ancestors of the Qin family, he found that the statues were still the same as before. Jiang Qin was sure that these statues were alive and had their own spirits. His eyes couldn't be wrong. Jiang Qin's eyes couldn't be wrong. End of the ceremony. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, all the members of the Qin clan stood up. That's it. Jiang Qin looked at Chen Lu and asked in a low voice. Not yet. Later on, it will be the time for our Qin clan's ancestor to select the brightest. The ancestor's choice is to select a peerlessly talented and wise person to be the heaven's chosen son of the Qin clan. The heaven's chosen son of the Qin clan has the same bloodline as the ancestor. This is something that countless people would envy. If someone is chosen by the ancestor, he or she would have the chance to enter the Qin clan's ancestral ground in the eternal night star and receive true nurturing. At that time, our Qin clan will truly rise. Chen Lu said with a little excitement. To her, this was also a kind of yearning. Jiang Qin could see that Chen Lu's eyes were filled with pride. She also wanted to be chosen. The ancestor's selection was absolutely fair. Only the most talented person could enter the ancestral ground and become the elite of the Qin clan. I didn't expect that the Qin clan here is just a branch of the Qin clan in the ancestral ground. Seems like I'm too narrow-minded. Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. The ancestor's selection is far from easy. First of all, it's a selection of talent. If you're strong enough, have enough potential and perseverance, you can also be chosen. However, the chances are very slim. In the past 100,000 years, I heard from my father that only a few people have entered the Qin clan's ancestral ground. From the beginning to the end, Chen Lu's mind was blank. She didn't think that she would be chosen by the ancestor. How great of an opportunity was this? Chen Lu didn't think much of it earlier, but when it really came to the top of her head, she was so excited that she was about to cry. Is it really me? Chen Lu still couldn't believe it, and looked at her father. Her father nodded, looking even more excited than she was. His daughter had received the approval of the Qin gazing stone, and that was his glory. He was even happier than if he had received the approval of his ancestor. When Chen Lu looked at Jiang Qin, she couldn't believe it. How could an outsider like him be chosen by the ancestor selection as well? How did I get chosen? The people of the Qin family were shocked. Jiang Qin was even more shocked. He was just here to watch the show. But the people of the Qin family were pleasantly surprised. It was within their expectations. The strength of Jiang Qin was obvious to all. If not for him, their Qin family would have long turned into a dead man's valley, and Mount Dongqin would have turned into ruins. Little friend Jiang Qin, congratulations. You've obtained the ancestor selection of our Qin family. The choice of the Qin gazing stone will never be wrong. Our Qin family holds a grand ceremony once every 500 years. There will always be a selection of the ancestor selection. Whoever is chosen by the Qin gazing stone will be the chosen son of the heaven. That person can head to our Qin family's ancestral ground, eternal night star, to receive a true baptism, to cleanse their meridians and marrow, and to be given the best cultivation resources. This is something that countless people dream of. Chen Feng said emotionally. Even though Jiang Qin wasn't a member of the Qin family, Chen Feng was still happy that he was chosen. To them, this was an unparalleled glory. Does that mean that I still have to head to your Qin family in Eternal Night Star? Jiang Chen's gaze was a little complicated. What the hell was this? He was just here to watch the ceremony. Why was he chosen to be the chosen son of the heaven? Seemed like the Qin family was really thirsty for talent. Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Chen Lu was hugging Jiang Qin tightly. Her face was filled with excitement. Big brother Jiang Qin. I've obtained the recognition of the Qin gazing stone. We've all passed. We've all passed. Chen Lu was crying tears of joy. At this moment, there were only traces of tears left on her face. After a long time, she finally let go of Jiang Qin. I'm sorry, big brother Jiang Qin. I lost my composure a little. Chen Lu pouted her lips. However, the excitement in her heart was still hard to conceal. Indeed, he's our benefactor. To think that he has obtained the recognition of the Qin gazing stone as well. That's right. This is our pride. If our benefactor can head to our Qin family's ancestral ground to cultivate, that'll be our Qin family's repayment. That's right. This time around, even Chen Lu has obtained the recognition of the Qin gazing stone. This means that the days of our Qin family are getting better and better. Everyone was talking at the same time. Their faces were filled with joy. No one had expected that two people would be able to go to the Qin clan's ancestral land to cultivate this time. To Chen Lu, it would be the happiest if she could stay with big brother Jiang Qin forever. The two of them could be together again. Although Chen Lu hadn't said much, her feelings for big brother Jiang Qin were sincere. The heavens and earth could bear witness. This so-called treasure of the Qin family should be the Qin gazing stone. Jiang Qin realized that the Qin gazing stone seemed to be connected to him through some kind of connection. It was highly possible that it was the drop of blood between his brows. Little friend Jiang Qin, our Qin family's ancestral ground is on the eternal night star. It's the second astral realm in the Sky Tyrant Cosmic Realm, just below the Sky Tyrant Cosmic Realm. There are cosmic cloud states in our ancestral ground. The Qin family attaches great importance to the heavens chosen by our ancestor. You can go to our ancestral ground. You definitely won't be disappointed. Chen Feng said seriously. Jiang Qin nodded, but at this moment, his heart was beating like a drum. The statue of the Qin family's ancestor had stopped moving. The 7 Qin gazing stones returned to the statue. The other 2 Qin gazing stones appeared in the hands of Jiang Qin and Qin Lu. The people from the Qin family's ancestral ground will usually come to pick you up within half a year. During this time, stay here and cultivate well. Chapter 51-25. Family Leader. The Qin family's ancestral ground is a place for us to cultivate. If we let Jiang Qin go, wouldn't we anger the Qin family? Yes, Family Leader, if we decide on our own, it would be bad if the Qin family isn't happy. Would they cancel our spots? It's really hard to say. Jiang Qin isn't a member of the Qin family after all. What they said is not without reason. Patriarch, why don't you say something? The elders were serious. This wasn't a joke. No one could guarantee that the ancestor of the Qin family wouldn't be furious. After all, those who went before were all members of the Qin family. However, Jiang Qin wasn't related to the Qin family. Qin Fang's eyes flashed. He wasn't going to hold back now. Little friend Jiang Qin is our Qin family's great benefactor. Even if our ancestor didn't choose Jiang Qin today, the ancestor of Qin family wouldn't just sit back and do nothing when we send him to our ancestral land. Furthermore, little friend Jiang Qin has saved millions of lives in Mount Dongqin. There's no need to talk about this. The ancestor's decision proves that the ancestor's choice was right. If Jiang Qin doesn't have the right to go to the ancestral ground, who does? Qin Fang's righteousness reached the clouds. No one dared to speak at this moment. Qin Feng was right. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, how could they be standing here talking? To them, their ancestor gave them life, but Jiang Qin gave them rebirth. They didn't dare to hesitate at all. Qin Fang's words echoed everyone's thoughts. They were just confused, but they didn't dare to question Jiang Qin at all. Even a half-step cosmic cloud state was defeated by him. The Qin family couldn't afford to mess with such a being. They were worried, but Qin Feng stood his ground. No one dared to question him anymore. I have an idea. Father, since everyone is worried, why don't we betroth Lulu to little friend Jiang Qin? If that's the case, aren't we a family? Chen Badian laughed. Instantly, Chen Lu's expression became extremely ugly. The redness on her face could not be described with words. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Father was too daring, wasn't he? In front of her, he actually said that he wanted her to marry Jiang Qin. This was too embarrassing. Jiang Qin was also slightly taken aback as he glanced at Chen Lu. Chen Lu bit her red lips with a bitter expression on her face. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? My little friend Jiang Qin, are you willing to marry my granddaughter? I watched her grow up, and you two are good friends. You should know what kind of person my granddaughter is. Most importantly, the two of you are too compatible. It's like a match made in heaven. In all these years, the two of you are the only ones who have the opportunity to cultivate in the Qin clan's ancestral ground. Moreover, you're together. This is an opportunity that no one can compare to. Chen Feng slapped his head and said. Chen Badian nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. The two of you are really a match made in heaven. As long as the two of you get married, won't you be a part of our Qin clan? Won't you be able to enter the Qin clan's ancestral ground officially? The two of you will definitely add a great color to our Qin clan's ancestral ground. Facing her father and grandfather's continuous attacks, Chen Lu's face was as red as an apple. This, Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't like Chen Lu. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and understanding woman? However, he was here to find his son. Moreover, Luoying had just left, and he was already so close to Chen Lu. Wouldn't that be too disappointing? Chen Lu seemed to be able to see Jiang Chen's dilemma. Although she hoped that she could be with Big Brother Jiang Chen, she didn't want to see Big Brother Jiang Chen in a difficult situation. Father, grandfather, the two of you shouldn't blindly get involved. Big Brother Jiang Chen has always treated me like his own little sister. Chen Lu said with a smile. She couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes, but she wanted Big Brother Jiang Chen to calm down. Since that's the case, Sai, forget it. However, I still feel that the two of you are a match made in heaven. Little friend Jiang Chen, no matter what, when we go to the Qin clan's ancestral ground in the future, you have to help me take care of Chen Lu. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. He he he. Chen Badian said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and murmured. Qin clan's ancestral ground, he was a little hesitant. Right now, he was going to look for Feng, De Huang, and Luoying. For a moment, he was like a headless fly, not knowing where to go. However, it seemed that the cultivation in the Qin clan's ancestral ground wasn't ordinary. This time, he might really have to go and take a look. Chen Lu looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation, as if she was waiting for Jiang Chen's promise. All right then. Since that's the case, I have to thank the Qin clan for their kindness. I will take good care of Chen Lu. Jiang Chen had a solemn expression on his face. He nodded and gave Chen Lu a deep look. At this moment, Chen Lu had already left. Jiang Chen knew that Chen Lu would definitely be very sad. Her eyes were filled with love when she looked at him. However, it was already too late to take back what had been done. He didn't want to hurt everyone again. In the end, his destiny was to wander the world. Luo Ying's departure was filled with sorrow. He didn't know where she was now. He also didn't want Chen Lu to become the second Luo Ying. As the sun set in the west, Chen Lu sat on the peak of Dongshan Mountain, looking at the sunset. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She was infatuated with Big Brother Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, the goddess had a dream and King Xiang had no heart. The two of them seemed to be like parallel lines that would never intertwine. In the past, when she saw the relationship between big sister Luo Ying and big brother Jiang Chen, she was very envious. Now, Chen Lu was also slowly falling in love with big brother Jiang Chen. However, his heart hadn't opened to her. Chen Lu was a little disappointed. Perhaps she wasn't outstanding enough. Why are you here alone? Are you so unhappy that you can't enter the Qin clan's ancestral ground? Jiang Chen's voice appeared behind Chen Lu. Chen Lu's body trembled. She turned around and smiled brightly at Jiang Chen. She didn't want big brother Jiang Chen to see her in such a sorry state. Loving someone might be a lowly thing, but she only wanted to know that it was enough. Being lowly in love didn't mean that one had to live lowly. Big brother Jiang Chen. You're here. I just missed this place a little. In half a year, we'll leave this place. When we enter the ancestral ground, I don't know when we'll be able to return. Those who entered the Qin clan's ancestral ground to cultivate didn't want to come back. Although Tianqin Star is considered a relatively developed star field and Sky Tyrant Star field, it's nothing compared to the Qin clan's ancestral ground and Sky Tyrant Star boundary. Chen Lu sighed. Chapter 51-26. People will always change. They're in their prime and their strength is at its peak. Naturally, they won't miss home. Especially those powerful people. The more ambitious they are, the greater their vision. At that moment, the Qin family's ancestral land will be their home. Jiang Chen murmured. That's right. That place is also home. When they have their own home, who wouldn't want to have a strong home as their backing? Chen Lu said with a bitter smile. People have their joys and sorrows. The moon has its waxing and waning. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had already seen through the joys and sorrows of life. From the saint origin world to the mortal world, the immortal world, the divine world, the three realms reincarnation, the 100 classics, and the vicissitudes of life. Jiang Chen's experience was far beyond their imagination. Looking back, home was long gone. Home was only in the hearts of their loved ones. Feng when will you go home? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were very emotional and helpless. There's still half a year before I go to the Qin family's ancestral land in the eternal night star. I want to take a look at the Tang of the East. That's the hub of the entire Tianqin star. I want to find Feng He. I don't know if I can find him there. Jiang Chen still had a glimmer of hope for the Tang of the East. After all, that's the biggest hub of the Tianqin star. And, that's good. Then I'll bring you to see the world. Hee hee. Brother Jiang Chen, since you came to the Tianqin star, you've been in our western borders Dongqin mountain. As the host, I must bring you to see the splendor of our Tianqin star. Chen Lu's eyes also lit up. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of her mouth. This half a year's time was just right for her to walk around with Brother Jiang Chen. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Chen said with a shrug. He didn't have any pills on him now. If he could find some heavenly treasures to refine some pills, it would be great. After leaving the heavenly Qin planet, they would have to travel the universe. At that time, the dangers they would encounter might not be any less than here. The more powerful the astral boundary was, the more dangerous it would be. Even the ancestral land of the Qin family, the eternal night star, might not be a safe place. He must be prepared. It was very necessary to carry a few more medicinal pills on his back in case of emergency. However, Jiang Chen did not have any more source stones with him now. All of the source stones and source stone veins had been absorbed by Jiang Chen when he broke through and merged with the power of the stars. One had to know that what he absorbed was not only the power of the stars, but also countless amounts of source energy. It was because of this that he was able to become so strong. I need some medicinal herbs. Can you help me find some? Jiang Chen said. Medicinal herbs. Just tell me, big brother Jiang Chen. I'll definitely find them all for you. Our Dongqin mountain doesn't have much, but we do have a lot of medicinal herbs. You may not know this, but our Qin family started with medicinal herbs. This entire mountain is filled with medicinal herbs. Chen Lu said proudly as she patted her chest. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and gave Chen Lu a list of more than 20 herbs. Jiang Chen also wanted to concoct 2 types of medicinal herbs. One was the Great Recovery Pill that could recover stamina. The small recovery pill wasn't enough to support his consumption, but the Great Recovery Pill could satisfy the needs of almost all cultivators below the cosmic cloud state. One pill could recover at least 50% of their strength. The other pill was the 8 Treasures Return Elixir that Jiang Chen had been researching. This was something that Jiang Chen researched himself. It was a pill that could recover mental energy. It required the addition of the leaf of Cinnamomum cassia. It was extremely terrifying and could recover at least 70% of the star soul's power. It was much more precious than the Great Recovery Pill. These 2 types of pills were extremely precious. Jiang Chen was very clear about the effects. Although he researched it himself, he had never put it into practice. This was also the first time that Jiang Chen researched the pill recipe. With his experience, it would depend on the final effect of the pills. In just half a day, Chen Lu found all the pills that Jiang Chen needed. This made Jiang Chen look at her in a new light. Chen Lu wasn't stingy with so many rare and precious treasures. In her own words, she was the one who had saved millions of lives in the Dongchen Mountain, so what did this little bit of medicinal herbs count for? However, Jiang Qin still didn't like how she always talked about saving lives. He didn't do that because he wanted something. Thank you, Lulu. I will focus on concocting pills in these 10 days. Don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Qin said. Okay. I will go and make some preparations. When you come out of seclusion, we will go to the Great Tang of the East. Chen Lu nodded. Jiang Qin took out the myriad qi cauldron and began to smelt the medicinal herbs. The great revitalizing pill was easy to concoct. Chen Lu gave him a lot of medicinal herbs, so Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about anything. In the first 2 days, Jiang Qin wholeheartedly focused on concocting the great revitalizing pills. 1,000 great revitalizing pills, all of which were 10-mark pills. Moreover, the medicinal fragrance was very strong. Why is there such a strong medicinal fragrance? Yeah, I smell it too. It has been there for the past 2 days. It makes one feel relaxed. Who is concocting pills? I don't know. However, this medicinal fragrance can float in the entire Dongchen Mountain. It's really too heaven-defying. This kind of pill is definitely not ordinary. Come, let's go and see where this medicinal fragrance is coming from. Many of the Qin family members were very curious because the medicinal fragrance was too strong. It couldn't be concealed within 100 miles. With 1,000 great revitalizing pills, Jiang Chen's arm was also quite big. Just one great revitalizing pill would probably cause countless people to go crazy over it in the secular world. After all, this wasn't a world where the average person was a 9-level star state. On the Tianqin planet, there were only a few cosmic cloud states. Most people who could reach the star state were already extremely terrifying existences. That was why Jiang Chen's great revitalizing pills were so attractive. This medicinal fragrance was something they had never smelled before. It was really too fragrant. Everyone, leave. It's our benefactor who is concocting the pills. You can all go and rest. After Chen Badian heard Chen Lu's words, he announced. Only then did the people of Dongchen Mountain calm down. But even so, Chen Badian was very shocked. He was saved by Jiang Chen before. Now, Jiang Chen had concocted such a terrifying pill. How could he not be shocked? However, at this time, after Jiang Chen had concocted 1,000 great revitalizing pills, he placed most of his attention on the 8 treasures return elixir. This was the pill formula he researched. He didn't know if it would succeed in his first experiment. Chapter 51-27. Jiang Chen was very careful. After all, it was his first time concocting 8 treasures return elixir. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this. After adding in the golden cassia leaf, the aroma of the pill grew stronger and stronger. A terrifying aura filled the entire East Qin Mountain, covering everything within 50 kilometers of it. Such a dense aroma. This golden cassia leaf is really a treasure. Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had a towering cinnamomum cassia in his hands. The leaves of cinnamomum cassia were already so precious and had an extremely powerful calming effect. This golden cassia leaf could calm one's heart. It could definitely calm one's mind during cultivation. After adding it into his research of 8 treasures return elixir, the effect was magnified infinitely. Jiang Chen was extremely happy. He began to speed up his concoction. If he successfully concocted this, it would definitely be 10 times more precious than the Great Recovery Pill. Even a cosmic cloud state would be very excited. Even for cosmic cloud states, there were very few who could break through their natal astral soul. For those who didn't, this 8 treasures return elixir would have an unimaginable effect. It might even help them break through their natal astral soul. Hence, this 8 treasures return elixir was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's dream was finally about to succeed. The exciting moment was coming. Ha 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 ha. Just when Jiang Chen was extremely excited, he heard a bang. All the pills in the myriad chi cauldron exploded. In other words, his first concoction, 8 treasures return elixir, actually failed. Jiang Chen was a little depressed. He had already grasped the embryonic form of this 8 treasures return elixir, but he still failed at the last moment. Damn it, again. Jiang Chen was extremely unwilling to give up. He set off again and began to concoct pills like crazy. This time, Jiang Chen had learned his lesson from before. He became more and more cautious, not letting go of any details. These details were the key to success. Most importantly, this was the first time Jiang Chen was concocting a pill that he had researched himself, so he didn't know if it would succeed or not. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was cruel. Researching such a rare pill recipe was not as simple as one might imagine. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The more it was like this, the more dignified he became. This was the more challenging it would be. Only challenging things could make him so excited. However, he had never expected that he would fail again this time. He had worked so hard and was so cautious. But at the crucial moment, when he was condensing the medicinal pill, he actually failed again. This gave Jiang Chen a huge headache. Jiang Chen reflected on his painful experience and started to research. Only now did he know that this pill was not that easy to concoct. Hence, he was extremely careful and didn't dare to make any mistakes. He had already made all the necessary preparations. Failure was the mother of success. As long as he could learn from his mistakes, there wouldn't be any problems and he would eventually succeed. Again and again, Jiang Chen had tried countless methods and wasted countless herbs. In these 3 days, Jiang Chen had experimented more than 100 times, and all of them were failures. However, he was able to find the flaws in his failures every time. This pill was definitely not something ordinary people could concoct. It was a pill that could strengthen one's mental energy and astral souls. Hence, the difficulty of concocting it was extremely rare. No one knew how much effort Jiang Chen had put in. This was something he had never done before. Given his alchemy standard and his talent, he had actually failed over 100 times. From this, one could imagine how difficult this pill was to concoct. The more it was like this, the more Jiang Chen believed that this pill would definitely cause a sensation. After failing again and summing up his experience, Jiang Chen finally had a conclusion about this 8 treasures to elixir. This golden cassia leaf has a great effect on mental energy. Hence, at this time, I must be very careful. When concocting an ordinary pill, I only need to move my thoughts and cooperate with the myriad chi cauldron. However, this 8 treasures to elixir actually failed every time. What's going on? Jiang Chen pondered. His eyes were incomparably complicated. However, he knew that there must be a problem somewhere. Otherwise, how could he fail again and again? If he couldn't find a good solution this time, Jiang Chen believed that even if he practiced for 108,000 years, the result would still be the same. Jiang Chen pondered for a whole day. Suddenly, a light flashed and Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. Yes. It must be the effect of 8 treasures to elixir. It is of great help to one's mental energy. It is completely different from other pills. Hence, I must use the power of my natal astral soul to condense it. It must be so. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably excited. This idea made him more confident in himself. This time, he must succeed. Again. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn and his heart was firm. He regrouped and began to immerse himself in alchemy once again. This time, after Jiang Qin had finished refining all the ingredients, he used his natal astral soul as a guide, and the energy from his astral soul as a support. He started to condense the medicinal pill, and the energy from his astral soul continued to pour into it. At this moment, the medicinal pill started to slowly fuse, and fuse again. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. The pill was constantly changing. This time, it was like a small planet. A blue halo was constantly forming in the myriad chi cauldron and continuously fusing. It was like a comet streaking across the sky. The energy in the myriad chi cauldron was also getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Qin's pupils constricted. This terrifying pill had completely exceeded his imagination. Because of the energy of the astral soul within the pill, in addition to the astral soul's energy that was connected to the pill, it created an indescribably mysterious feeling. The power of Jiang Qin's astral soul was like a guide, causing the power of the astral soul in the pill itself to expand and compress unceasingly. This was absolutely something that Jiang Qin had never heard of before. This pill is really abnormal. Waves of shock rose in Jiang Qin's heart. At this moment, he could already confirm that the path he was walking on was absolutely correct. This time, he would definitely not fail again. However, he had never thought that he would still be careless. This pill actually began to devour the power of his astral soul, and even the source energy in his body. This made Jiang Qin even more surprised. However, this feeling didn't last for too long. As the pill was formed, the worry in Jiang Qin's eyes gradually faded away. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The atmosphere became even more terrifying. They stared at the great hall where Jiang Qin was in from afar, but it was impossible for them to advance. Even if it's you, I reckon that you will be turned into ashes after going against such a shocking lightning. Chen Feng glanced at Chen Batian. His son's worries were not without reason. However, little friend Jiang Chen's location was the center of the lightning strike. Lightning descended from the sky, and rainbow-colored clouds enveloped the entire horizon. As a bolt of lightning descended, all the buildings within a radius of a few miles were turned into dust. However, Chen Feng's gaze landed on a mountain peak. Jiang Qin was sitting in a lotus position, holding a furnace in his hand as though he was refining something. Big brother Jiang Qin. Chen Lu shouted, her heart filled with worry. Everyone in the Qin family had a change of expression. Jiang Qin was actually sitting under the lightning. There's no need to worry. I'm refining a medicinal pill. This is just pill lightning. Jiang Qin's voice reverberated throughout the sky. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Jiang Qin was fine. Chen Lu let out a long sigh of relief. The shock in her eyes was still unconcealable. Chen Feng and the others were even more so. The 9 elders exchanged glances with each other in disbelief. Isn't this too terrifying? This pill lightning can even kill an 8th heaven star level expert. The energy is too strong. There's no way we can withstand it. That's right. If we go up, we'll only be turned into dust. To think that little friend Jiang Qin is still sitting there. This is simply unbelievable. Benefactor is truly a benefactor. We can only look up to him in the dust. There's no need to worry now. Little friend Jiang Qin is merely refining a medicinal pill. Even so, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Qin. They didn't even dare to avert their eyes, fearing that Jiang Qin would be struck by those heaven-shaking and earth-shattering lightning bolts and turn into a pile of dust. Chen Feng's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. This kind of alchemy technique could be said to shock the heavens and earth. Little friend Jiang Qin had truly shocked him too much. What kind of medicinal pill would be refined with such pill lightning? Chen Feng couldn't imagine it at all. Even I shouldn't be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from that pill lightning. Chen Feng mumbled. For Jiang Chen to be able to defeat a powerful enemy and save the millions of lives of their Mount Dongqin, his strength and means must be heaven-shaking. Seems like this wasn't a baseless rumor. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky with an incomparably solemn gaze. These bolts of lightning were the guarantee of his body tempering. He didn't have any worries at all. Every single bolt of lightning was like a ripple of water, landing on his body and eventually passing through the blue medicinal pill. Each time, the blue medicinal pill would turn a little darker. As the 9 bolts of lightning struck down, the final color of the pill turned darker and darker, eventually turning into a deep purple. The brilliance was something that Jiang Chen couldn't describe with words. After the 9 bolts of lightning, the medicinal pill was finally formed. However, Jiang Chen was still unharmed. In the eyes of the people of Mount Dongqin, their benefactor, Jiang Chen, was like a god that had descended from the heavens to save their Mount Dongqin. To be able to remain unscathed even after being struck by such bolts of lightning, such means were truly unparalleled. Most importantly, Jiang Chen was only at the 8th level of the star realm. This was like a fantasy story. It was hard to predict what Jiang Chen would achieve in the future. Furthermore, he could even concoct medicinal pills. If such a pill were to appear, it would definitely be an existence that would shake the heavens and earth. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. When they smelled the fragrance of the pill, they could feel a refreshing feeling in their hearts. Furthermore, they felt extremely comfortable, without any discomfort. As the fragrance of the pill lingered around them, they felt extremely relaxed. This feeling was indescribable. They felt as though their souls had been emptied. This feeling was the most suitable for cultivation. Just what kind of medicinal pill is this? How can it be so terrifying? Just this fragrance alone is enough to make me feel relaxed and carefree. This is simply too amazing. Benefactor is truly a blessing to our Mount Dongqin. Chapter 51-29. Jiang Chen clenched the pill in his hand tightly. This pill was too powerful. The 9-colored pill lightning pierced through the world and completely purified the 8 treasure return elixir. The lightning retreated and the pill was completed. The pill had long since turned from blue to dark purple. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with fighting spirit as he held the pill in his hands. Using his natal astral soul as an example, if his natal astral soul was damaged, he would only need a few dozen seconds to recover to its peak. The effect of this pill was extraordinary. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect it. It seemed that the golden cassia leaf was really powerful. Looking at the empty mountain peak, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that while he was concocting the pill, he had turned all the buildings within a 10-mile radius to dust. The surrounding mountains were also affected by the lightning shock wave. The buildings and forests within 100 miles were affected too. Although they weren't completely destroyed, the damage was severe. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. With the pills in his hands, it was like having an extra life. Even cosmic cloud states would fight over this pill. It was too amazing. Although it was only an 8-rune pill, Jiang Chen knew that this was his first time concocting a pill. It wasn't easy. Congratulations, little friend Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, you obtained a pill. I'm really envious. Chen Feng laughed heartily as his eyes were filled with admiration. Other than admiration, there was only admiration. Such a being was destined to be a dragon in the 9 heavens. Not only was he powerful, but he also had such terrifying pill concoction abilities. Even in the Sky Tyrant cosmic region, there aren't many people who can concoct such an earth-shattering pill like little friend Jiang Chen, Chen Badian praised. It was a pity that Jiang Chen couldn't become his son-in-law. Otherwise, he would be overjoyed. "You flatter me," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I feel bad for causing such a mess in the Qin clan." Jiang Chen had a bitter expression on his face as he took out 10 great cyclic pills and handed them over to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face was filled with shock. "Little friend Jiang Chen, consider it my compensation, Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients for my alchemy were all given to me by Lulu. These 10 great recovery pills can help a person recover their origin energy in an instant, so they can be considered precious. I'll give them to the Qin clan." Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's words, and their faces were filled with excitement. "This seems to be too expensive, right? Little friend Jiang Chen," Qin Feng said with some difficulty. However, these great recovery pills were simply too alluring. Not only that, there were 10 of them. A single great recovery pill was equivalent to having a life. This caused all the members of the Qin clan to be terrified and overjoyed. "Patriarch Qin deserves it. Take it." How could there be any logic in taking back something that Jiang Chen had given out? Furthermore, Jiang Chen still had 990 great recovery pills in his hands. To him, these things weren't all that precious. However, in the eyes of Qin Feng and the rest of the Qin clan, their significance was completely different. "Many thanks, little friend Jiang Chen. In that case, it would be impolite for this old man to refuse." He. The moment Qin Feng received the pill, his body shuddered. This. Could this be the legendary 10 veins pill? Qin Feng's words caused everyone present to be filled with shock. 10 veins pill. That was just a legend. For someone to be able to concoct a 10 veins pill, that was way too heaven-defying. Jiang Chen's figure grew even bigger in their hearts. 10 veins pill. This was a 10 veins pill. Qin Feng received the 10 veins pill with trembling hands. His eyes shone brightly as he shed tears of gratitude. "Big brother Jiang Chen, you're simply too amazing." Chen Lu gave him a thumbs up and said sincerely. At this moment, Jiang Chen's figure in her heart was something that no one could reach. "Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen." A series of roars reverberated through Mount Dongqin. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. "From today onwards, this pill shall be the treasure of our Qin clan. Anyone who has made great contributions to the clan will be able to obtain this pill." Qin Feng held the pill in his hand with a solemn expression. Countless members of the Qin clan were filled with desire. The 9 elders and Qin Badian were the same. Because this pill was simply too precious. After living for so many years, Qin Feng had never seen a pill like this. This was definitely the first time he had ever seen a pill like this. Furthermore, it was a 10 veins pill. This had far exceeded his knowledge. In the future, this pill would definitely allow the Qin clan to rise. Mount Dongqin would definitely become the only big shot in the western border in the future. These 10 pills contained all of Qin Feng's hopes. "Now that the surrounding palaces have been destroyed, I'm really sorry. However, I might need some more medicinal ingredients. Qin clan head, I might have to trouble you again," Jiang Chen said. No trouble, no trouble." Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. The value of these 10 veins great recovery pills was simply inestimable. A single one of them was priceless. Especially to experts, this was something that could only be encountered by luck. Every single great recovery pill could save one's life. This was something that couldn't be bought no matter how much money one had. Badian, pass down the order. Search for medicinal ingredients for little friend Jiang Qin. The more the better, Qin Feng said with a solemn expression. In the next few days, Jiang Qin was constantly refining pills. Jiang Qin found a very remote mountain forest. After all, this was Mount Dongqin, and it would definitely affect many people. After a few days, Jiang Chen had only refined a mere 5-8 treasures returned to elixir. However, the 8 treasures returned to elixir this time were all 10 veins pill. With the previous example, Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't make any more mistakes. When Jiang Chen left the mountain forest, the sun had just risen. At this time, Chen Lu had already made her preparations to follow Jiang Chen to the Tang of the Eastern Land. There were many people there, and there were also many interstellar wanderers. Therefore, if they wanted to find news of Feng Er, De Huang, Longshan, and Luoying, Jiang Chen definitely had to go. In this half a year, whether or not he could find any clues would depend on his ability. Big brother Jiang Chen, your strength has improved again. You're really amazing. I'm really ashamed to be able to follow you to the Qin clan's ancestral land to cultivate. Chen Lu said with a smile. Your talent isn't bad either. The ancestor of your Qin clan's ancestral temple, Zai Ming, wasn't randomly chosen. He has been extremely strict for so many years. You can obtain this special honor because of your own ability. Don't belittle yourself. You're not worse than anyone else. Jiang Chen said. Yes, yes. I'll listen to you, big brother Jiang Chen. Let's go. Chen Lu broke into a smile. Chapter 5130. The Tang of the East. This was the most prosperous place in the entire Tianqian planet. It was also the place that Chen Lu had always wanted to go. It was the most terrifying transportation hub in the entire Tianqian planet. Countless people and even half of the Sky Tyrant Star region's galactic wanderers would appear here. The Tang of the East was also known as the Hunter's Paradise. Here, you could find anything you wanted. Of course, as long as you had enough money. Here, enough source stones could bring you endless enjoyment. As long as you had enough money, there would be countless people working for you. Power, women, and power were the most realistic existences here. There were colorful slaves, orcs, elves, and all sorts of strange races. There were even many that Jiang Chen had never seen before. The degree of prosperity here was the most shocking he had ever seen. Even the Sky Awakening Galaxy City couldn't compare to this place. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was already a terrifying existence in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy region, but compared to this place, it paled in comparison. There are a total of 9 cities in the Tang of the East, and each of them is quite prosperous. The city we are in now is Linhen, the core city. There are hundreds of millions of people from all over the world. The people here are very realistic. As long as you have money, you can be the boss. Chen Lu smiled. Yes, it's the same no matter where you go. You're the boss if you have money. Jiang Chen nodded. Chen Lu was right. This was how the world was. The world was bustling, and everyone went for benefits. Those who seek profit are in pursuit of greater strength. The streets here were bustling with activity. The tall buildings here towered into the sky, striking fear into people's hearts. This place was a place where the water surged and flowed endlessly. There were countless streams of people, crisscrossing the heavens and earth. The number of experts here was also destined to be innumerable. The ruler of this place is a cosmic cloud state, Tang Feng. He has been ruling this place for 100,000 years. When the Qin family just settled in the western border, Tang Feng was the ruler here. I heard from my grandpa that Tang Feng, City Lord Tang, is an important figure in the entire Tang of the East. He's the guardian of this place, the keeper of order. Chen Lu said solemnly. In the main hall, there's a very powerful army called the Imperial Uniform Guard. They're very strong, and it's said that their strongest member is a star level 9. Their power is comparable to our Shijiang's pinnacle warriors. Back then, there was a rumor that a half-step cosmic cloud state caused trouble in the Tang of the East. The genie guard set up a trap, but Tang Feng took care of him. Since then, no one has dared to make trouble here. There are countless merchants coming and going from Tang of the East. Many people just pass by, but those who stay here are extremely cautious about Tang of the East. They are afraid that they will cause trouble and bring disaster to Tang of the East. By then, half of the Sky Tyrant star field will become his battlefield. If you are chased down, you will be blacklisted. Not only will you not be able to enter the Heaven Star, you might even be killed by the Star Wanderers. Jiang Qin nodded inwardly, surprised. It seemed that the ruler of Great Tang was quite strong. No wonder this place can become a city of order. It's because there are many powerful beings here. There are people who can stand up for justice. There are very few cities like this. You must be able to control the majority of the people. Jiang Qin said. Yes, that's why many people trust Tang Feng. He became the representative of the Tang Empire, the city lord. As long as Tang Feng is here, the Tang Empire will not fall into chaos. Cosmic cloud states are rather rare. Even in the Sky Tyrant cosmic region, there aren't many. In the entire Tianqin planet, there shouldn't be more than 5. Chen Lu smiled. Cosmic cloud state, Jiang Qin murmured. He didn't know when he could reach the power of a cosmic cloud state. Where is the best place to get information here? Jiang Qin asked Chen Lu. The auction. This is because many people will appear in the auction house once they obtain a treasure, or even some extremely important information. Once they can auction it for a high price, they will be able to get it done once and for all, and the harvest will be great. Chen Lu said. That's fine. I happen to have some pills that I want to sell. I don't have any more source stones. Jiang Qin said. Let's go. I'll take you to Brother Jiang Qin. The largest auction in Lin and City should be the HSBC auction house. It doesn't matter who you are, be it a high official or a rich young lady, as long as you have money, there are countless treasures there. The auction house is also the largest exchange center in the surrounding 100,000 light-years, so you can imagine how huge it is. It's said that the HSBC auction house is City Lord Tang Feng's property, but no one knows the exact origin. However, it's better to believe it than not. The HSBC auction house has been the largest auction house in the Tang Empire for all these years. We'll definitely get something if we go there. Chen Lu nodded. Big brother Jiang Qin was anxious to find his son, so she was also worried for him at this time. The HSBC auction house is the only auction house in the Tang Empire, and it has branches in every city. Let's hurry, brother Jiang Qin. It looks like I really have to go take a look. I hope that my pills can sell for a good price. Jiang Qin smiled. The two of them went straight to the HSBC auction house. As the largest auction house in Lin and City and even in the Tang Empire, the vastness of this place was an eye-opener for Jiang Qin.